Welcome back, brothers. The Heretics to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Shatter Corpse. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like, comment, and videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The target plane beyond Valgard's outer trench belt had been dead for 9,000 years, yet the guns killed it again. Colonel Joran Bale stood beneath the armoured dome of Observation Cupola Primus and watched the horizon come apart. The first salvo landed short. 6 columns of black soil rose in disciplined sequence, each one broad enough to swallow a hab block. A heartbeat later, the second salvo struck among the target bastions. Ferrocrete towers folded beneath the impacts. Remote-driven chimeras vanished inside expanding spheres of dust, fire, and shredded armor. The third salvo found the buried emplacements and punched through their roofs before detonating below ground. The observation cupola trembled. Dust sifted from the joins in the ceiling. Cogitator screens blinked. Somewhere beneath Bale's boots, hydraulic braces groaned against the strain. Battery groups Primus through Sextus report acceptable dispersal, said Major Othmar Vale. Deviation less than 100 meters at maximum exercise range. Bale watched a section of the target plane rise into the air. For several seconds it remained there, an island of blasted earth suspended upon fire. Then it came down in pieces. Acceptable, Bale said. Vale mistook the word for approval. The Eastern macro batteries have improved their cycle rate by almost 12% since the last readiness trial. The crews of St. Drusus Redoubt have reduced shell transfer time by a further 11 seconds. 11 seconds will matter when something is shooting back. Yes, Colonel. The officers surrounding the command dais smiled with the guarded confidence of men who believe themselves beyond fear. Most had been born beneath Valgard's guns. They had learned their first catechisms to the rhythm of artillery drills and spent their childhoods beneath walls thick enough to resist orbital attack. To them, fortress and world were the same word. Beyond the armoured viewing slit, another line of targets disappeared. Vale continued reciting the history because the exercise protocol demanded it. Valgard has withstood pirate incursions from the Halo marches, the greenskin invasions of warlord Gorzag, the apostate uprisings of the Severed Creed, and 3 major assaults upon the system. Its primary citadel has never been breached. Its inner shield network has never failed. No enemy fleet has penetrated beyond the second moon. The cupola shook again. A young lieutenant made the sign of the Aquila. By the Emperor's grace, he said. Bale looked at him. By ammunition, labour and men willing to die at their posts. The lieutenant lowered his hands. Of course, Colonel. Below them, the batteries fired once more. The sound did not arrive as thunder. Thunder belonged to weather. This was something manufactured, repeated, and perfected. A blow so vast that the air itself seemed forced backwards through the lungs. The cupola's Auspex glass darkened automatically as the target range became a sheet of white flame. Vale raised his voice. Outer emplacements report full combat readiness. Reserve magazines are stocked. Void shield relays show no degradation. All command redundancies remain functional. Then test them again. Colonel, test them until they fail. Before Vale could answer, the inner hatch opened. 2 armsmen entered first, their shotguns raised. Between them stumbled an astropath in grey robes. His bare feet left wet prints upon the metal deck. At first, Bale thought the man had been wounded. Then he saw the blood running from beneath the astropath's fingers. The psyker was clawing at his own eyes. His nails had already torn one lid apart. Gelatinous fluid and blood streaked his cheeks. One ruined orb hung against the bridge of his nose, tethered by a pale strand of tissue. The astropath screamed without drawing breath, a single uninterrupted note that cut through the artillery's fading echoes. The armsman tried to restrain him. He threw them aside with strength his wasted frame could not possess. His hands plunged into his sockets. He tore both eyes free. The lieutenant vomited against a cogitator bank. The astropath fell to his knees and raised the ruined organs in his palms as though offering them to the Emperor. "Iron!" he gasped. Bale drew his service pistol but did not fire. The psyker turned his sightless face toward the observation slit. "Something made of iron is crossing the darkness." His jaw opened wider than bone should allow. "The hammers are counting." Then his teeth shattered, not one at a time, all at once. They burst from his mouth in a spray of enamel and blood. He convulsed so violently that his spine broke against the deck. The crack was audible even through his screaming. The gun batteries beyond the wall fired again. The astropath began to laugh. Less than an hour later, every command officer on Valgard stood before the strategium throne of Lord General Helion Rourke. The chamber had been carved into the mountain beneath the adamant sepulchre. Its walls were black granite veined with conduits and devotional script. Iron gantries surrounded a central hololithic display large enough to project the entire Valgard system. Servitors hung from overhead rails, their augmetic hands twitching through streams of data. Incense drifted from censers suspended beneath icons of the Emperor Triumphant. Rourke stood rather than sat. He was a narrow man in a high-collared greatcoat, his face creased by 60 years of command and chemical rejuvenation. His left arm was augmetic from shoulder to fingertips. The brass fingers rested upon the edge of the hololithic table. The dead astropath's final words had already spread through the fortress. Rourke did not repeat them. "Valgard supplies 43 active war zones," he said. "Its armories feed 6 Astra Militarum crusade groups. Its Prometheum reserves sustain Battlefleet Asterion. Its gene vaults, shell foundries, recruitment districts, and naval anchorages support Imperial operations across 3 subsectors." The hololith expanded. Worlds appeared as points of cold light. Supply routes linked them in glowing arteries. Rourke closed his metal fist. Several of those arteries turned red. If Valgard falls, the enemy does not gain one fortress. The Imperium loses the campaigns behind it. Regiments will run dry. Tank companies will become immobile. Fleet elements will be stranded without fuel or torpedoes. Worlds that have never heard our name will die because we failed here. No one spoke. The Lord General looked across the gathered officers. "Activate total mobilization. Every reserve formation is to report to its assigned muster zone. Seal the fortress cities. Recall all void-capable vessels inside the defense perimeter. Manufactoria will cease civilian production and begin continuous shell output. Every mine, refinery, granary, and transport line now answers directly to Theatre Command." Bale studied the hololith. "Estimated available strength? 4 billion underarms once the reserve levies are assembled," said Rourke. "More if we arm the industrial cohorts. Training? Variable. Meaning none. Meaning they can hold a rifle and die where they are ordered." A red-robed representative of the Departamento Munitorum clicked his tongue. "The projected expenditure of small arms ammunition will be met," Rourke said. "My lord, the existing allocation tables. Burn the tables." The Munitorum adept stared at him. Rourke leaned across the hololith. "Every man on this world is now a soldier a labourer, or raw material. There are no other categories. Warning bells began tolling somewhere beyond the strategium. Not an alarm, not yet. A summons. The first reserve districts were being called to war. By nightfall, the roads around the capital had vanished beneath columns of men. They came from manufactoria barracks, mine shafts, agrivolts, and underhive dormitories. Some carried laser guns older than their grandfathers. Others marched with nothing but entrenching tools and cloth masks. Priests walked beside them, shouting prayers through brass amplifiers while overseers beat the slowest with shock mauls. City gates sealed behind the columns. Factory sirens changed cadence. Assembly lines that had produced pumps, ration heaters, and habitation panels were stripped and rebuilt to manufacture shell casings. Civilian furnaces were requisitioned. Shrine metal was melted down. Coffin plates were fed into rolling mills. Men collapsed beside stamping presses and were dragged away while the machines continued. The rain began before midnight. It fell hard and cold, turning the mustering fields outside the western bastions into seas of black mud. The Thunderhawks came through that rain like descending blades. 3 gunships punched beneath the clouds, their engines hurling sheets of water from the ground. Soldiers dropped to their knees as the craft settled upon the landing field. Some bowed their heads, others pressed their faces into the mud. The ramps lowered. Castellan Acastus Vaughan emerged beneath the storm. His armour was the yellow of old bone beneath rain and battlefield wear. One shoulder bore the clenched fist of his chapter, the other displayed the markings of command. Behind him came warriors in the same colours, immense and silent, bolters locked across their breastplates. Lord General Rourke waited beneath a canopy with an honour guard, a priest and a regimental band. The musicians raised their instruments. Vaughan walked past them. Rourke dismissed the band with a gesture and followed. "My Lord Castellan," he said, "Valgard receives the Sons of Dawn with gratitude." Vaughan did not slow. "Show me the western wall. The welcoming rites can be performed over the dead." They crossed the landing field, while mortal soldiers remained kneeling around them. Vaughan looked at the wall before he looked at the men defending it. His helm turned by measured degrees, lenses tracking drainage outlets, gun housings, auspex masts, and shield pylons. He paused beneath an ammunition lift and placed one gauntlet against the vibrating housing. "How many secondary feeds?" "2," said Bale. "Where?" Bale pointed. Vaughan studied the angles. "Both exposed to fire from the southern ridge. That ridge is inside our defense perimeter. Until it is not." He moved on. At the base of the wall, he stopped beside a runoff channel choked with mud and refuse. "This will flood." "It has never flooded," said Major Vale. Vaughan looked down at him. "Then your enemy has never needed it to." Vale's face tightened. Rourke gestured toward the battlements towering above them. "You will find Valgard among the greatest fortresses in this region of the Imperium." "I have seen greater." The Lord General's staff bristled. Vaughan looked up through the rain. "A wall has no pride. A gun possesses no courage. Stone does not understand duty. These things have value only while men are prepared to die upon them." "We have 4 billion men," Rourke said. "No, you have 4 billion possible failures. Make soldiers of them before the enemy arrives." In the void beyond Valgard, the enemy arrived. The first sign was not visual. Listening Station Kappa reported hammering on an empty channel. The sound was slow and distant. Metal striking metal. A measured blow followed by a pause, then another. Vox servitors searched for a transmission origin and found none. When the station commander ordered the channel severed, the hammering continued through the dead speakers. At Auger Platform Tertius, cogitators began producing impossible mass returns beyond the outer moon. Operators performed the rites of recalibration and discovered that the returns had moved closer. Then the stars distorted. The warp opened like an infected wound. Violet lightning crawled across the darkness. Shapes pressed against reality from the other side, vast and malformed. For several seconds, every astropath aboard the orbital stations began screaming in unison. The first vessel emerged with outrunning lights. It was a cruiser, though whole regions of its hull had been rebuilt into angular masses of black iron. Hazard stripes marked its armor. Gun batteries protruded from its flanks like rows of broken teeth. More ships followed. Scarred strike cruisers, captured transports, furnace vessels leaking smoke into the void, ammunition hulks plated in scavenged armor. One ship possessed a ribbed growth along its dorsal spine that flexed as though breathing. Vox channels filled with binharic distortion. Machine code prayers ran backwards. The hammering grew louder. Outer auger stations failed one after another, not simultaneously, in sequence. Aboard the Grand Cruiser, Unbroken Calculation, Warsmith Madryden Drados watched Valgard turn above the hololithic projector. The chamber around him was dark steel and bare function. There were no trophies upon its walls, no banners, no skulls displayed for vanity. Every surface supported a weapon. A Drados wore iron-grey plate edged with blackened brass. One shoulder carried the skull mark of the 4th Legion. A servo arm rose over his back, its claw opening and closing with patient strength. The fortress system revolved before him. His officers waited. "What is the composition of the primary wall?" Drados asked. "Ferrocrete over adamantine bracing," said Decurion Malcor Ven. "Estimated depth, 60 meters. Void shield interval. Outer network cycles every 23 seconds beneath sustained load. Bedrock. Basaltic crust above older tectonic scarring. Grain reserves." Ven hesitated. "Projected to sustain the garrison for 5 standard years." "Corpse disposal capacity?" No one answered immediately. Drados turned his helm. "Find it." An officer bearing a chain axe stepped forward. "No fortress can resist the sons of Perturabo." Drados regarded him for several seconds. "Certainty without measurement is merely another species of faith." The officer lowered his head. "Warsmith." "Graysix." The warpsmith waited below in the engine vault. Drados descended through decks, shaking with the labor of enslaved machinery. The air grew hotter with every level. By the time the vault doors opened, the heat had become a physical pressure. Captured war engines stood in ranked darkness. Baneblade derivatives crouched upon reinforced cradles. Artillery crawlers filled the aisles, their barrels bound in chains inscribed with warding formulae. Siege transports had been rebuilt with ribbed furnaces and hooked dozer blades. Living cables pulsed through cracks in their armor. Black lubricant bled from rivet holes. A command vehicle reversed against its restraints. Its tracks turned although it possessed no crew. The chains snapped taut. Something inside the hull screamed through the Vox grill. Graysix emerged beneath the machine's gun. He was more mechanism than warrior, his armor concealed beneath cables, exhaust stacks, and articulated limbs. Mechatendrils crawled around him, each tipped with a drill, blade, injector, or "The engine rejects integration," said Ven. Graysix tilted his head. "The screams indicate successful integration." Another vehicle began hammering the floor with its frontal ram. Drados examined the ranks. "Operational capacity?" 78% upon planetfall, 91 once fed. Fed with what? Graysix's lenses brightened. Whatever the fortress provides. The captured cartographer was dragged into the vault by 2 legionaries. He wore the remnants of an Imperial survey uniform. One leg ended above the knee. Blood had dried black around the tourniquet. "You will never reach the walls," the prisoner said. "Every approach is ranged. Every ridge, valley, and landing zone. Your ships will burn before your armies touch the ground." Drados stood before him. "Did you design the southern ammunition tunnels?" The cartographer spat upon his greave. Graysix seized him. Mechatendrils opened the man's coat and entered through his spine. The prisoner screamed as hooks spread his ribs from behind. A Graysix connected him to the interrogator engine. The machine killed him. Then it restarted his heart. It killed him again. Each death tore another pattern from his memory. Tunnel schematics bled across the nearby screens. Supply timetables appeared. Shift rotations. Ammunition convoys. Maintenance access routes. After the 6th death, the prisoner no longer screamed. After the 9th, he began begging men who had been dead for decades to forgive him. Drados watched the data. "Predictable," he said. "The tunnels?" asked Ven. "Their confidence." Ven studied the orbital display. "We possess sufficient lance capacity to cripple the primary citadel from high anchor. No. A direct strike could end resistance before deployment. It would leave records buried in intact vaults. It would leave satellite bastions operational. It would leave witnesses believing the fortress had fallen only because the void failed it." Drados looked upon Valgard. "We will dismantle it where the surrounding systems can hear, layer by layer, gun by gun, wall by wall. Let them transmit every request for aid. Let them report every breach." His servo claw closed. "The Imperium believes stone, duty, and numbers can create safety. We will correct that belief." The first correction fell upon Aegis Tertius. The moon fortress opened fire as the Shatter core vessels entered range. Defense lasers carved white scars across the void. Torpedoes crossed between the fleets. One traitor escort vanished beneath a concentrated barrage, its reactor blooming like a brief sun. The Shatter core did not answer the fortress directly. Their guns struck around it. Macro shells hammered empty plains. Lance beams cut trenches through lifeless rock. The pattern seemed wasteful, almost erratic. In the command cupola of Aegis Tertius, officers laughed. Then the moon moved. Ancient fractures opened beneath the crust. Ravines split across the surface faster than aircraft could flee them. The fortress foundations sheared away from the bedrock. Gun towers tilted. One defense laser swung as its mount collapsed and fired through 3 allied platforms. Their crews vanished in expanding clouds of molten metal and vapor. The central bastion sank. Millions of men fell with it. They died beneath collapsing galleries, beneath ammunition detonations and mountains of stone. Bodies burst under the pressure. Bunkers folded around their occupants. Entire regiments were crushed into red paste between descending slabs of ferrocrete. The fortress slid into the chasm. For several minutes, its surviving guns continued firing upward from the darkness. Then the crust closed over them. On the bridge of the unbroken calculation, Ven watched the moon burn. "A victory," he said. Drados turned from the hololith. "No." Across Valgard, warning sirens began to howl. The sound spread from city to city, fortress to fortress, until continents screamed beneath the night. Shatter core vessels divided into their preordained assault groups. Landing craft filled their launch rails. Furnace ships opened their holds. In the engine vaults, corrupted machines strained against their chains. Drados watched the system recalculate itself around the absence of Aegis Tertius. It was calibration. He transmitted one order to every warrior, slave, engine and gun beneath his command. Nothing is to be captured unless it can assist in destroying something stronger. The first assault barges came down without escort. They were old vessels, slab-sided and rusted, their hulls scarred by impacts that had never been repaired. Some retained the faded insignia of Imperial transport commands. Others bore the crude brands of pirate fleets, penal legions, and forgotten merchant houses. Their engines coughed black flame as they descended through Valgard's atmosphere, shedding armor plates and burning insulation. The fortress guns tracked them from the moment they crossed the cloud line. Colonel Joran Bale watched the contacts multiply across the command hololith until the western approaches seemed infected with red light. "No fighter screen," Major Vale said. "No gunships," Bale answered. "No suppression fire. They cannot believe those barges will reach the ground. They do not need to believe." The first defense laser fired. Its beam crossed the sky too quickly for the eye to follow. One moment, an assault barge was falling through the rain. The next, it had become a white wound in the heavens. Molten wreckage spread across 20 kilometers, burning through cloud and flesh alike. Bodies fell among the fragments, most already reduced to blackened shapes. The remaining barges continued their descent. Hydra batteries opened fire. Streams of explosive shells climbed into the cloud layer and found the transports by Auspex. One vessel lost its stern and began turning slowly, spilling men from an open cargo hold. Another struck the outer glacis nose first and vanished in a blossom of soil, armor, and pulverized bodies. Dozens survived. Their ramps fell before their landing struts had settled. Men poured out. Cultists came first, clothed in rags, chainmail and stolen uniforms. Some carried obsolete laslocks or autoguns bound together with wire. Others held mining tools, blades, lengths of pipe or satchel charges marked with the hazard sigils of Imperial excavation guilds. Mutants followed them, hunched things with swollen shoulders. Men with arms ending in claws, exposed bone or knotted masses of fingers. Penal soldiers came behind, their necks locked within explosive collars. Slaves emerged last, naked above the waist despite the freezing rain, each man chained to those before and behind him. They carried maps printed on strips of corpse skin. The maps disagreed. Bale saw units divide at the first marker post. One column moved toward the northern trench line. Another followed a route that ended at a crater lake. A third marched directly toward a field of warning stakes bearing the crimson skull of buried mines. "They have no formation," Vale said. "They have several," Bale replied. The major looked at him. Bale magnified the western plain. The enemy spread across it in long, ragged streams. Some groups moved toward visible gates. Others wandered into drainage gullies or approached ridges that offered no tactical value. The routes appeared senseless until Bale stopped looking at the men as soldiers. He looked at them as measurements. "Order the outer batteries to hold." Vale hesitated. "Colonel, they are within effective range." "That is why they are there." The first line of cultists reached the marked limit of the anti-personnel zone. Heavy bolters opened from concealed housings. The sound came through the observation cupola as a series of distant, hard impacts. Men disintegrated beneath the fire. Bolt shells punched into torsos and detonated within, scattering ribs, lungs, and ruined armor over those marching behind. A mutant lost both legs and half his pelvis, yet remained upright for a heartbeat upon the spray of his own blood before the next burst removed his head. The survivors did not retreat. Some had nowhere to run because of the press behind them. Others were driven onward by overseers carrying shock whips and stub pistols. The penal soldiers advanced because their collars began flashing whenever they slowed. The minefield took them next. The first detonation threw 6 men into the air. One landed upon the wire with his abdomen opened and his intestines looped across the barbs. Another came down head first and vanished beneath the feet of the next rank. More mines erupted. Legs spun away from bodies. Hands slapped against the armor glass of remote observation posts. The rain became pink where it struck the rising mist of blood. Still, the columns moved. The dead began filling the ditches. Bodies tumbled into the excavations until the living could cross upon them. Men crawled over severed limbs, splintered ribs, and faces pressed into the mud. Those beneath were crushed slowly, their last breath bubbling through blood as boots stamped them deeper. "Emperor, preserve us," Vale whispered. Bale watched the enemy observers appearing along the ridges beyond the corpse fields. Black-armoured figures stood beneath the rain. Servo skulls orbited around them. Auspex dishes unfolded. Optical arrays turned toward every firing slit that had revealed itself. "They are spending lives like tracer fire," Bale said. A Vox servitor clicked as a new command entered the network. The voice that followed was deep, controlled, and stripped of anything that might have been mistaken for uncertainty. "All batteries, this is Castellan Vaughan. Engage only upon designated thresholds. Concealed emplacements will remain silent until countermanded. No target is to be fired upon merely because it can be killed." The heavy bolters ceased. Silence fell across sections of the western wall. The attacking masses stumbled onward, confused by their unexpected survival. Confessor Merrick Hal pushed into the cupola before the hatch had fully opened. He wore crimson vestments over a suit of plated flak armor. A book of iron-bound scripture hung from a chain at his waist, its covers dark with old blood. Servo amplifiers surrounded his throat like a collar of brass thorns. "You silence the Emperor's guns while the heretic approaches his walls," Hal demanded. Vaughan entered behind him. The Imperial fist filled the hatchway. Rain streamed from his yellow plate. His helm was locked at his belt, revealing a scarred face with the color and stillness of carved stone. "I preserve ammunition," Vaughan said. "Faith is our ammunition." "Faith does not replace ammunition." Hal's lips drew back from his teeth. "The foe must witness our wrath. The foe wishes to witness our weapons. These vermin profane sacred ground by drawing breath upon it. Then let them draw several more." Hal turned toward Bale as though expecting mortal support. Bale kept his attention on the hololith. Vaughan stepped closer to the display. Each battery that fires reveals its position, traverse, rate of discharge, and command connection. Every mine that detonates identifies the pattern of the field. They do not intend to take the wall today. "What do they intend?" Vale asked. "To learn how." Beyond the trench belt, Decurion Malcor Ven walked among the dead. Rain struck his armor and ran through the grooves of the hazard markings painted across his right pauldron. Mud reached the ankles of his greaves. It contained so much blood that each step produced a dark red ripple. 3 iron warriors followed him. One carried a long-range Auspex array fixed to a braced harness. Another directed a cluster of servo skulls. The third bore no ranged weapon, only a spiked maul and a case of survey beacons. They moved without haste. bolter fire reached them from the wall. The rounds struck around the corpse field, tearing apart survivors who had wandered beyond the chosen lines. Ven tracked the detonations through his helm display. "Emplacement cluster identified," he said. The Auspex bearer adjusted his instrument. "Range, 6,400 meters. Probable elevation, 19 meters above the primary parapet. Reload cycle, 4.8 seconds. Ven turned his gaze toward the wall. A flash appeared between two armored buttresses. His helm magnified it, compensating for rain, distance, and smoke. Pattern heavy bolter, traverse limited by side bracing, mark dead ground beneath the eastern drainage ridge. One of the servo skulls dipped, projecting a needle of red light into the mud. The survey warrior drove a beacon through a corpse and into the earth beneath. A wounded slave lay across the next measurement line. The man had lost his left arm. The shoulder wound had been burned closed by a lace burst, but fragments of bone protruded through the blackened flesh. His legs had been broken beneath other bodies. He tried to crawl as the iron warriors approached. "My lord," he rasped. Ven did not look down. "Move him." The survey warrior placed one boot upon the slave's chest. "My lord," the man pleaded. "I crossed the field. I did as commanded." The iron warrior shifted his weight. Ribs broke beneath the boot with a sequence of wet cracks. The man screamed until the armored soul drove through his sternum. Bones sank into his lungs and heart. Blood surged from his mouth, thick with pieces of tissue. The warrior twisted his foot once, clearing the line. The servo skull projected its beam. "Impact spread indicates 3 concealed batteries," said the Auspex bearer. "2, Ven replied. "The third pattern is sympathetic detonation from buried munitions." "Confirmed." A shell fell short. It landed among the slave columns 300 meters behind them. Bodies rose in a fountain of mud and meat. A severed head struck Ven's breastplate and left a stripe of blood across the iron. He wiped it away with one thumb. "Transmit the correction." Behind the observers, the sky darkened with descending mass. The Shatter siege parks came down in sections. Armoured landers settled beyond the first ridges, their retros turning rain to steam. Ramps lowered beneath defensive fire. Basilisks rolled out first, their long Earthshaker barrels locked for transit. Medusa siege guns followed upon grinding tracks. Vindicators emerged in disciplined files, dozer blades raised like blunt executioners' axes. Captured artillery crawlers descended from furnace ships upon chains thick as hab-block supports. Missile batteries unfolded from transport frames. Havocs occupied prefabricated towers before the structures were fully anchored. Demon-bound guns were lowered into prepared pits, while their restraint crews drove hooked pylons into the ground around them. The machines strained against the chains. One gun carriage opened a mouth beneath its breech and bit a servitor in half. The loader continued working after his legs disappeared between the iron jaws. His augmetic arms tried to lift a shell while blood pumped from the torn remains of his pelvis. A replacement servitor was dragged forward and bolted into his place before the dead one's hands had stopped moving. Prefabricated walls rose around the landing zones. Construction engines hammered steel plates into the mud. Slaves poured ferrocrete beneath artillery fire. Servitors cut away their own damaged limbs when those limbs impeded their assigned function. Tech thralls fastened replacement manipulators into bleeding sockets without interrupting the assembly process. Within hours, the barren ridges became cities of war. They possessed no homes, temples, or markets, only shell lifts, fuel lines, ammunition vaults, repair gantries, gun pits, execution yards and trenches carrying men toward death. Lethor Sen saw none of the sky. He had been taken below the principal siege park and chained inside the calculation chamber. Thousands of mortal engineers sat in tiered rows around a central cogitator core. Cranial cables entered sockets drilled into their skulls. Their hands rested upon brass key arrays. Their eyes remained open beneath metal clamps, unable to blink. The chamber smelled of sweat, ozone, and burned hair. A thin man beside Lethor whispered without turning his head, "Do not round the figures." What? The engines detect approximation. A red lumen flashed above the tier below. One of the engineers convulsed. Current poured through his cranial cables. Smoke rose from his mouth. His fingers locked around the calculation keys until the bones broke. When the current stopped, a servitor removed the corpse and pushed another man into the chair. A nutrient tube descended before an engineer farther along the row. He drank greedily. "Correct result," the thin man whispered. "Additional ration." Lethor looked at the slate fixed before him. It displayed a trench profile. Width, depth, soil density, angle of approach, estimated defensive fire, rate of mortal advance. A final field waited for his answer. Required volume of human material. He stared at it. An overseer stood behind him, its face replaced by a mask bearing the skull and cog of the Dark Mechanicum. "Complete the calculation. You want bodies. Material is material. They will not pack evenly. Armor, equipment, bone. Include compression under subsequent traffic." Lethor swallowed. The trench was 12 meters wide and 6 deep. The surrounding ground would channel 3 assault columns across it. The first bodies would fall loosely. Those after would crush them together. Blood and rain would reduce friction. Broken limbs would fill smaller spaces. His fingers began moving. He hated himself for knowing how. The cogitator accepted the result. A nutrient tube descended. Lethor did not drink. The tube remained before his mouth until the overseer activated the pain circuit in his chair. He drank. Far above him, Graysix began the consecration of the guns. There was no congregation, no chanting host, no ecstatic mutilation, no priests dancing in blood. There was a production line. Captured Imperial officers hung in restraint frames beside the ammunition presses. Their uniforms had been cut away. Tubes entered their arteries. Pumps drew blood from their bodies and carried it through heated channels into reservoirs of black lubricant. Shell casings moved along iron tracks. Mechanical hammers struck demon names into the metal. Each impact made the prisoners convulse. Graysix passed among them, speaking in bursts of Binharic and corrupted machine cant. His mechatendrils adjusted pressure valves, tightened chains, and tested the vibration of each casing. An officer began praying. Graysix stopped beside him. "Your vocalization is contaminating the resonance." The man stared at the warpsmith with bloodless lips. "The Emperor protects." Graysix drove a. The prayer became a choking electrical pulse. Correction applied. The first consecrated shell entered a Medusa's loading cradle. Its casing trembled. Something inside it scratched to be released. Across Valgard, Vox channels began speaking with the voices of the dead. A captain killed on Aegis Tertius ordered his regiment to abandon the northern trenches. A defense controller buried beneath the moon's crust reported that relief had arrived. Men heard their commanders call them by name, reciting service numbers, home districts, and private confessions extracted from military archives. Behind every false order came the screams recorded during the Moon Fortress's destruction. Stone collapsing, men suffocating, officers praying while their command chambers folded around them. Lord General Rourke restricted long-range communications. Regiments were ordered to authenticate every command through code phrases and secondary relays. Orders slowed. Artillery corrections waited for verification. Reserve companies remained in position while breaches widened because their officers could not confirm that the voices summoning them were alive. The Shatter Corps learned that fear could damage a command network more efficiently than explosives. The relief convoy reached the system on the fourth day. 7 troop ships, 3 munitions carriers, and a pair of Navy escorts approached through a region of the blockade where 2 Shatter Corps vessels drifted crippled and dark. The convoy commander saw a path. Drados allowed him to enter it. The minefield activated only after the last ship crossed the threshold. Void mines ignited from cold silence. 1 troop ship lost its prow. Another rolled beneath the impact and struck an ammunition carrier amidships. The 2 vessels fused in a storm of ruptured compartments and burning men. Attack craft emerged from the shadows of the crippled cruisers. Their engines had been cold. Their guns were not. Boarding torpedoes crossed the short distance and struck the convoy. Iron warriors breached troop decks already filling with smoke. They killed officers, armsmen, and anyone who reached for a weapon. The rest were taken alive. Thousands of soldiers were chained inside the emptied transports. Millions more remained sealed in their damaged holds. Drados ordered the ships brought into low orbit. They would replenish the next wave. Deep inside the calculation chamber, Lether stared at a tectonic map of Valgard. The adamant sepulchre did not rest upon one mountain. Its foundations descended through several. Ancient scars crossed beneath it, fault lines sealed by kilometers of adamantine piles, gravitic anchors and load-bearing vaults. The fortress had been joined to the crust like a nail driven through bone. Lether checked the result again. Direct destruction was impossible. He was taken before Drados in chains. The warsmith studied the projection without expression. The foundations extend beyond our projected penetration depth, Lether said. The supporting scars distribute force across the continental plate. No bombardment we possess can break the citadel directly. Drados rotated the image. Lines of stress glowed beneath the fortress. You are certain? Yes. Then your certainty is the error. Lether looked up. Drados enlarged the deepest fault until it filled the chamber with red light. Impossibility, the warsmith said, is merely a measurement whose variables have not yet been identified. The bombardment began before dawn and did not end when dawn failed to come. The first macro shell crossed the western approaches with a sound like a freight train tearing through the sky. It passed so low that its wake ripped camouflage netting from the Imperial trenches and threw men from firing steps. A heartbeat later, it struck the outer glacis, driving through ferrocrete, armor plate, and compacted earth before detonating somewhere beneath the surface. The ground rose. Men rose with it. Colonel Joran Bale saw an entire trench section thrown upward in one piece, its revetment still intact, its soldiers still clinging to firing platforms as though the earth had become a ship caught in a storm. Then the trench came apart. Timber, sandbags, rifles and bodies tumbled through black smoke. One guardsman struck the observation bunker hard enough to burst, leaving a red silhouette across the armor glass. The next shell landed before the first crater had finished collapsing. Then came the Earthshakers. Their impacts marched across the trench belt in lines of disciplined ruin. Each detonation scooped men from the ground and replaced them with blood-filled pits. Mud became liquid beneath the sustained concussion. Bodies sank into it until only hands, helmets and open mouths remained visible. The guns continued. They fired through the morning, though the sun never penetrated the smoke. They fired through the artificial night of burning promethium. They fired until the western horizon no longer existed, and the air tasted of iron, explosives, and pulverized stone. On the second day, the Shatter Corps introduced incendiaries. Shells burst above the Imperial bunkers and poured burning compounds into ventilation shafts. Men inside did not always burn. Many died when the flames devoured the oxygen. Bale entered one command post after the fires had passed. The dead remained seated around the plotting table. Their uniforms were unmarked. Their skin had gone dark around the lips and eyes. One officer had torn his own throat open with his fingernails in the final moments of suffocation. On the third day came the seismic warheads. They struck beyond the primary walls and appeared to do little. No towers collapsed. No battlements cracked. The shells buried themselves deep and detonated within the bedrock. The vibration traveled through the fortress. Men dropped where they stood. Some bled from the eyes and ears. Others vomited ropes of dark tissue. Bale saw a loader stare down in confusion as blood ran from beneath his flak vest. The man took 2 steps, fell against an ammunition rack and began convulsing. His bones were unbroken. His organs had become slurry. By the 5th day, the bombardment had become the natural voice of the world. Soldiers slept through impacts that shook teeth loose from their gums. They learned to drink while dust fell into their ration cups. They relieved themselves against trench walls under incoming fire, because leaving the firing line required more courage than remaining in it. The noise entered their bones. When one of the Shatter Corps batteries paused to replace a split barrel, silence spread across a section of the front. Men panicked. A platoon abandoned its trench because the sudden quiet convinced them an assault had already entered behind them. 2 squads opened fire upon one another in the smoke. A sergeant tore his helmet off and screamed that the enemy had taken his hearing, though his ears were intact. The guns resumed. The survivors wept with relief. Above the fortress, Valgard's void shields burned. Each macro impact spread white lightning across the artificial dome. Energy rolled from pylon to pylon, branching through the clouds in luminous veins. Soldiers who looked upward at the wrong moment fell blind. Their eyes cooked milky white in their sockets. Others caught fire. A shield discharge struck a rain-slick battlement and travelled through the water covering it. Men became rigid inside their armour. Flesh smoked through the joints of their flak coats. One gun crew remained upright around its weapon after death, muscles locked by the current until the next impact threw them apart. The shield control vaults lay beneath the adamant sepulchre. Tech priests moved through them beneath showers of sparks, their robes burning at the hems. Generator coils glowed white behind protective housings. Servitors dragged coolant lines through pools of blood and sacred oils, while overseers struck bronze bells to mark each rotation. Primary Western array approaching saturation, intoned Magos Hethron. His voice emerged from a brass grill, mounted where his lower face had once been. Lord General Rourke stood upon the command gantry above him. Duration? 3 minutes before intolerable degradation. Cycle to the Southern Array. The Southern Array supports Gate 19 and 4 adjoining redoubts. Cycle it. The Magos released a burst of Binharik. The generator banks answered with a shriek that made mortal teeth ache. Power shifted. Across the western wall, the shield flickered for less than a heartbeat. Imperial guns fired through the interval. Macro cannons recoiled upon rails the width of streets. Basilisks elevated their long barrels and hurled shells beyond the horizon. Manticores loosed Storm Eagle rockets that vanished into smoke before descending upon the siege parks. The Imperial response was neither desperate nor blind. It was layered, disciplined, and immense. For every Shattercore shell that struck the walls, Imperial batteries sent a dozen toward the enemy lines. Havoc champion. Broncade watched those answers from a reinforced command tower. His armor was fused to a gunnery throne by cables and locking clamps. Targeting feeds streamed across his helm. He saw through auger masts, servo skulls, seismic probes and disposable observers buried in forward pits. An Imperial battery fired. A line of runes appeared across his vision. Flash detected, reported one of his gunners. Range, 17,000 meters. Atmospheric displacement indicates triple discharge, said another. Correction, Cade replied. 4 guns. The third and fourth fired within the same pressure wake. The seismic probes confirmed it. Cade marked the emplacement. He did not order it destroyed. 3 Shattercore batteries remained exposed on the ridge, before him. Their revetments were deliberately shallow. Their ammunition stacks stood visible beneath camouflage netting, too thin to defeat orbital observation. The Iron Warrior commanding them voxed. Enemy has our position. I am aware, Cade said. Permission to displace. Denied. The first Imperial return shell struck the leftmost gun pit. A basilisk vanished beneath a tower of dirt and burning propellant. Its barrel spun through the air and impaled a loader against a transport hull. The next salvo landed among the Medusas. One siege gun overturned, crushing its crew beneath its armoured carriage. The exposed batteries answered. They fired once. The Imperial guns fired again. Cade watched their muzzle flashes. Confirmed, he said. Hidden cluster beneath the northwestern ridge. Secondary magazine 12 meters below grade. His servo claw depressed a firing rune. Lascanon emplacements opened from concealed bunkers far to the south. Beams crossed the battlefield and struck the Imperial gun housings from the flank. Missile arrays followed, their warheads descending almost vertically. The Loyalist battery disappeared beneath overlapping detonations before its first magazines could be reloaded. The Iron Warrior on the exposed ridge transmitted again. 2 guns remain operational. Then you possess twice what was required, Cade said. He cut the channel. On the 7th day, Grey-6 released the demon engines. They came through the smoke in measured waves. Defilers led, their bladed limbs piercing the mud as they climbed over wrecked tanks and collapsed bunkers. Their battle cannons fired while they moved. Each recoil drove their rear legs deep into the ground. They pulled themselves free with shrieks of tortured metal. Forge fiends followed. Their jaws opened around incandescent weapon maws. Ectoplasmic volleys streaked across the battlefield and struck Imperial positions in bursts of unnatural fire. Men became shadows within the glare. Armor softened and ran from tanks in molten streams. Behind them came the Mauler fiends. They moved faster than anything of their size should have been able to move. Lass fire struck their hides. Autocannon shells tore away plates and exposed cables that writhed like veins. The creatures hurled themselves into anti-tank ditches without slowing. The first wave died there. Imperial gunners concentrated fire upon the trapped engines. Lascannons severed limbs. Battle cannon shells split hulls. A Mauler fiend dragged itself forward upon one arm while its rear body burned. The second wave crossed upon the first. Metal feet crushed demon-bound wreckage into the ditch. The dying engines became bridges. The machines behind them climbed higher, with every destroyed body beneath their claws. Graysix had not unleashed a rabid pack. He had constructed an assault schedule. Each engine advanced at the moment when the death of the preceding machine provided cover, debris, or target saturation. Bale watched from Gate 19 as the first defiler reached the outer ditch. "Concentrate fire on the rear ranks," he ordered. Major Vale stared at him. "The lead engine is within 300 meters. It is already dead. Kill what intends to cross it." The fortress guns shifted. The defiler reached the ditch lip and raised its cannon. A defense laser cut it in half. Its upper hull crashed forward, wedging itself between the banks. The next Mauler fiend bounded across the wreck. Then the Vindicators began firing. Their Demolisher shells struck Gate 19's outer bastion at close range. The first shell cratered the Ferrocrete. The second drove into the same wound. The third breached the facing plate and detonated inside the wall. Men, weapons, and shattered masonry erupted from the parapet. Siege Captain Vortan Kral advanced beneath the rain of debris. His cohort moved behind slab-sided breacher shields, each carried by 2 armoured warriors. Havocs followed in the gaps, heavy bolters and autocannons raking the firing slits above. Kral raised his combi bolter. Left embrasure, 3-round sequence. His warriors fired. The first bolt shattered the armour glass. The second entered the opening. The third detonated inside the gun chamber. A defender emerged through the slit in pieces. A hand spun across the parapet. Fragments of skull struck the warriors below like pale hail. The Iron Warriors continued. Cultists flooded ahead of them, carrying ladders and mining charges. Heavy bolter fire tore lanes through the mortal mass, but the survivors kept moving because the Astartes behind them did not permit retreat. Kral reached the breached bastion. The gatehouse wall had opened into a jagged throat. Smoke poured from within. Bodies filled the rubble slope. Imperial and traitor pressed together beneath broken stone. "Breach width," Kral demanded. 8 meters. Insufficient. Vindicators reloading. Advance regardless. An Iron Warrior beside him turned his helm. Warsmith has not assigned reserves. He has assigned an objective. They entered the breach. Lass fire struck Kral's breastplate and burned black scars through the iron. He answered with his bolter. The first guardsman he hit came apart at the waist. The second lost his shoulder and half his chest when the shell detonated inside his flak armor. Kral climbed over them. The Iron Warriors forced their way into the gatehouse, crushing wounded men beneath their boots. Chain blades screamed in the smoke. A mortal defender struck Kral's pauldron with an entrenching tool. Kral caught him by the face and drove him head first into the wall until the skull collapsed. The corridor opened. Hidden shutters rose from the floor. Flamers ignited. Promethium filled the breach. The cultists vanished inside the fire. Men became upright torches, colliding with one another as they tried to flee. Skin blackened and split. Fat burned beneath ruptured uniforms. A slave reached Kral with both hands extended, his face gone beneath bubbling flesh. Kral knocked him aside. The flames washed over the Iron Warriors. Warning runes filled his helm. Armor seals failed. One warrior fell when burning fuel entered through a damaged knee joint and cooked the flesh inside his plate. Kral continued forward. "Gate 19 is contested," he voxed. Drados answered from the command deck of the unbroken calculation. "Maintain pressure. Defender strength exceeds projection. Reinforcement is required." Negative. Kral knew why. The Warsmith did not care whether the gate fell. He wanted the defenders to answer. Kral looked through the fire toward the inner gatehouse. Understood. There was no bitterness in the acknowledgement. Bitterness was for warriors who believed they had been owed something. The cohort advanced. Deep inside the adamant sepulchre, warning runes ignited across Castellan Vaughn's command display. "Gate 19 breach confirmed," said an Imperial Fist Sergeant. "Enemy strength? 22 traitor Astartes within the gatehouse. Additional forces approaching. Shield status? Southern array degraded." Vaughn studied the transit map. "First Terminator Squad. Prepare for translation." The warriors around him moved immediately. No speeches were given. No blessings requested. Teleport beacons locked upon the gatehouse. "Target chamber secured for insertion," reported the teleportarium adept. "Margin? 3 meters. Acceptable." Vaughn sealed his helm. "Translate." White fire erupted within Gate 19. The first Imperial fist appeared between burning cultists. His stormbolter fired before the light faded. Bolt rounds struck a traitor's chest and shoulder, exploding plate and flesh outward. More Terminators materialized. They formed a wall of yellow armor inside the smoke. "Left passage," Vaughn ordered. "Engaging." "Upper gallery." "Marked." "Advance," storm bolters roared. Cultists burst apart beneath the fire. Kral's warriors answered from behind shattered pillars and overturned gun housings. Bolts detonated against Terminator plate, carving craters without stopping the Loyalists. An Imperial fist closed with an Iron Warrior. The traitor swung a chain axe. The Loyalist caught the weapon upon his forearm and drove a power fist through the Iron Warrior's torso. Ceramite broke inward. The fist emerged through the traitor's back, carrying strips of spine and organs. "Enemy neutralized." Another Terminator turned. "Contact, 12 meters." "Confirmed." He fired until the corridor vanished behind smoke and fragments. Kral watched the Loyalists advance. 11 minutes had passed since the breach. He transmitted the figure without being asked. "Imperial Elite. Response confirmed. 11 minutes. Drados received the report in silence. Across the siege front, an Iron Warrior officer abandoned an exposed firing platform without authorization. His name was Dorvac. He entered the Warsmith's command chamber with his helm beneath one arm. "My battery would have been annihilated," he said. Displacement preserved 3 guns. Drados examined the tactical projection. "Your assigned position controlled the western approach. The approach was untenable. Your withdrawal allowed the enemy to reinforce Gate 19 without interdiction." Dorvac said nothing. Drados enlarged the casualty report. "Your decision cost 11 minutes. The servo claw above his shoulder opened. 8,400 mortal lives were expended compensating for your movement. They were mortals. They were resources." The claw closed around Dorvac's head. His skull resisted for less than a second. Then it collapsed. Blood and brain matter sprayed across Drados's breastplate. Dorvac's body remained standing until the Warsmith released it. "Render him," Drados ordered. A servitor dragged the corpse away. "Armor to reclamation, flesh to nutrient stock." Night fell without darkness, for the horizon burned. Graysix crossed the battlefield beneath the cover of the bombardment. His raiding force found the Shadow Sword, half submerged in a crater. One track destroyed, and its volcano cannon locked at an upward angle. The surviving crew had sealed themselves inside. "Identify," Graysix transmitted through the tank's external vox. A human voice answered. "Damn you!" Graysix placed one hand upon the hull. Mechatendrils entered through shell rents, exhaust ports, and vision slits. The crew began to scream. The warpsmith did not remove them. He welded the hatches closed. Data spikes penetrated the command circuits. Demonic code entered the machine spirit in pulses of rust, heat, and stolen memory. The Shadow Sword's engine ignited despite its severed fuel lines. Inside, the crew felt something awaken in the tank around them. Cables moved like worms beneath the deck plates. Targeting lenses turned inward. The gunner's hands fused to his controls. The commander began reciting the litany of protection, but another voice spoke through his mouth between each line. The Shadow Sword reversed from the crater, its ruined track dragged behind it. Recovery chains hauled the vehicle toward the Black Forge, while its crew transmitted prayers across every open Imperial channel. At Gate 19, Kral withdrew with 9 warriors. The breach remained in Imperial hands. Vaughn stood among the dead and watched the traitors vanish into smoke. "Do not pursue," he ordered. A sergeant turned toward him. "They are broken." "No, they have what they came for." Above the battlefield, Shatter guns changed targets. Shells began falling upon 3 transit arteries linking Gate 19 to the inner fortress. Other batteries struck the power conduits feeding the southern and western shield sectors. Drados watched the new impact patterns appear. Vaughn's Terminators had taken 11 minutes to arrive. They had crossed 3 routes. Their translation had drawn power from 2 shield networks. Gate 19 had never been the objective. The response to it had been. By the 4th month, No Man's Land had acquired anatomy. It possessed arteries in the form of communication trenches, ribs of ferrocrete, iron teeth made from shattered armor, and a skin composed of mud, blood, and chemical ash. Its lungs were the gun pits breathing smoke. Its voice was artillery. Its stomach was the churned earth into which men disappeared by the thousand. The Shatter advanced beneath the ground as much as across it. Their first parallel trench lay beyond the reliable range of Valgard's mortars. The second had been cut through basalt by mining engines. The third ran behind a wall of wrecked tanks, each hull filled with rubble and welded to the next. From those fortified lines, approach trenches reached toward the fortress in angular stages, never offering the defenders a clean length to rake with enfilading fire. Every position overlapped another. Heavy bolters covered the communication routes. Autocannons watched the ridgelines. Lascanon pits had been dug beneath false artillery emplacements. Ammunition stores lay behind blast walls fashioned from the compacted dead. Imperial guns erased kilometers of those works each day. The Shatter rebuilt them each night. Slaves labored beneath searchlights and incoming shells, dragging revetments into place with ropes tied around their waists. They poured ferrocrete over men trapped in collapsed trenches. They stacked bodies beneath firing steps when timber ran short. Sometimes the buried workers remained alive. Their movements disturbed the wet surface while the next layer was laid above them. Their screams became quieter beneath each load. By morning, the guns stood ready again. Colonel Joran Bale no longer knew how many men belonged to his regiment. The official strength returns claimed the 181st Valgard Siege Regiment retained more than 600,000 effectives. The figure included reinforcements who had not yet reached the line. Wounded men returned to duty without treatment. Labour cohorts issued rifles, and entire battalions, whose command posts had ceased answering several days before. The true number changed with every shell. Bale stopped asking. He stood inside a command shelter designated Western Grid Ash 20 and watched another reinforcement column descend into the trenches. The men wore grey industrial coats beneath flak plates taken from the dead. Several still carried mining respirators. Their lasguns bore regimental markings from formations that no longer existed. A junior lieutenant saluted Bale. "Replacement cohort reporting, Colonel." Bale looked at the officer's face. Young, pale, recently shaved despite the water shortage. "Strength?" 11,800, Colonel. Training? 4 days of weapon drill. Live fire? The lieutenant hesitated. Limited, meaning none. We fired ceremonial volleys before departure. A shell landed somewhere beyond the shelter. The lamps swung. Dust passed through the air like smoke. Bale pointed toward the trench map. You will take your men to Grid Ash 37. The position consists of 2 firing bays, a mortar pit, and an underground magazine. You will remain there until relieved. Which unit currently holds it? No unit. The lieutenant glanced toward the red markings surrounding the grid. What happened to them? They remained until relieved. The young officer stared at the map for another moment. Understood. Bale almost asked his name. He decided not to. Most junior officers died before their first formal report reached regimental command. Remembering them had become another administrative burden, and grief served no function on the firing step. The lieutenant saluted again and left. Bale watched the reinforcement column disappear into the trench. At Valgard's scale, 11,000 men were not a formation. They were weather. Across the continent, billions occupied walls, bunkers, trenches, factories, reserve tunnels, and gun stations. Whole armies could cease to exist without changing the shape of the strategic display. Casualty columns became too large for names and too frequent for memorials. The dead were recorded by weight when identification failed. The Shatter Corps changed the weather on the following morning. Corrosive fog rolled from iron cylinders buried along their forward lines. It came low across the ground, a yellow-grey mass thick enough to hide the wire. The wind pushed it into shell craters, drainage gullies and trenches. Men in the high towers saw it coming. Those below did not. The first soldiers to breathe it began coughing. The second breath burned. The fog reacted with moisture. It ate the eyes, mouth, and lungs first. Men clawed at their respirators when the seals began dissolving. Skin peeled from their faces in strips. Teeth loosened inside bleeding gums. One guardsman reached a command post without his mask. His cheeks had sloughed away. Every breath produced red foam from the exposed muscles of his mouth. He tried to deliver a warning, but pieces of lung emerged instead. The officer inside sealed the hatch. The dying man beat against the metal until his hands lost their skin. Orders followed from theatre command. Contaminated sectors were to be isolated. Respirators were issued where available. Soldiers without functioning masks were instructed to wrap wet cloth around their faces, though the cloth merely held the chemicals, closer to the skin. Ventilation systems were shut down. Bunker doors were locked. Wounded men remained outside. Their comrades heard them begging through the hatches. No one opened them. Within days, the fog had become another condition listed beside rainfall, visibility, and ammunition status. Radiological shells followed. They left no dramatic clouds. Their casing split above the trenches and scattered particles that settled upon uniforms, skin, and food. Dosimeters clicked continuously. Men vomited, lost their hair, bled from the gums, and remained at their posts. Neither command considered the suffering unusual enough to halt operations. Decurion Malcor Ven entered the Imperial Trench network during the radiation storm. His patrol crossed no man's land beneath covering fire from 6 Havoc squads. Autocannon rounds hammered the parapets, forcing defenders below. Heavy bolters struck firing slits in measured bursts. Every pause in the suppression allowed the Iron Warriors to advance another section. Ven reached the outer traverse and planted his breacher shield against the wall. Charge! An Iron Warrior fixed a melter bomb to the revetment. The device hissed. Ferrocrete glowed, sagged, and became liquid. Heat rolled through the opening. A defender standing beyond the wall screamed as his flak armor fused to his chest. Ven entered first. The traverse bent sharply to the left, preventing direct fire along its full length. 3 guardsmen waited behind a sandbag barricade. They fired. Lass bolts scorched Ven's breastplate. One struck the lens of the warrior behind him, cracking the optics without penetrating the helm. Ven's bolter answered. The first round entered a guardsman's shoulder and detonated inside his torso, throwing the man sideways in 2 separate masses. The second blew apart the barricade. The third struck the rear defender beneath the chin and filled the trench wall with teeth and brain tissue. "Firing bay ahead," Ven said. His patrol advanced. The firing bay occupied the right side of the trench, elevated by a grated step. A heavy stubber crew rotated their weapon toward the breach. The Iron Warrior with the damaged helm fired blind. His bolt struck the ammunition box. Cartridges detonated in sequence. Brass fragments tore through the crew. The gunner fell with his face opened from brow to throat, one eye hanging against his cheek. Ven climbed over him. A communication trench descended beyond the bay. It ran for 30 meters before turning toward the bunker throat. "Melter charge expended," one warrior reported. "Use the corpses." They dragged the Imperial dead into the junction and piled them against the exposed approach. The bodies offered little protection from heavy fire, but enough to obscure movement and absorb fragmentation. Mortar rounds fell behind them. The first detonation collapsed the traverse they had entered through. Withdrawal route compromised. Noted. Ven led them onward. The communication trench narrowed near the bunker throat. Sandbags rose on both sides. Firing apertures opened from concealed recesses. Imperial laser guns fired at arm's length. The trench became white light and screaming flesh. A bolt round passed through one defender and exploded inside the man behind him. Blood struck Ven's helm hard enough to blur his vision. He blink-clicked the cleaning room. Wipers dragged a red smear across his lenses. An Iron Warrior seized a mortal by the throat and drove him into the trench wall. The man's skull broke against the ferrocrete. Before the body fell, the legionary used it as a shield against incoming lass fire. Ven reached the bunker throat. The blast door had begun closing. He thrust his power maul into the gap. The weapon activated with a thunderclap. The door buckled inward, crushing the mechanism and 2 defenders sheltering behind it. Their bodies folded beneath the metal until blood poured around the edges. The patrol entered the bunker. The first chamber contained ammunition racks. The second held a command table. The third was empty. Too empty. Ven stopped. "Withdraw." The floor vents opened. Promethium flooded the communication trench behind them. Igniters sparked. Fire filled the captured position. The corpses stacked at the junction became torches. Fat ran from them in burning streams. The blaze climbed the trench walls and rolled through the firing bay. The Iron Warriors turned back toward their breach. Mortars struck the exits. The defenders had pre-sighted every route. One legionary reached the traverse as 3 rounds landed together. His lower body vanished. The upper half struck Ven and knocked him against the wall. The warrior remained alive for several seconds, dragging himself forward with one arm while his intestines uncoiled behind him. Another Iron Warrior attempted to climb from the trench. A mortar shell detonated above the parapet. Fragments entered through his gorget. He fell back, headless. Ven forced the survivors through a maintenance culvert beneath the ammunition chamber. They crawled through sewage, blood, and burning runoff while the bunker collapsed above them. 5 Iron Warriors had entered with him. 2 emerged. Ven looked back at the captured trench. Flames moved through it in disciplined channels, contained by the same revetments the Imperials had abandoned. Mortar fire struck every likely withdrawal point. The position had been designed to become a weapon once seized. He felt no grief for the dead. Grief did not restore gene seed, ammunition, or armor. He felt anger, and beneath the anger, respect. "Record the design," he ordered. The surviving warrior transmitted the structural map. "For adaptation. For repetition. Against Valgard." Then watch the fire. "Against the next world." Lethor Sen received the corpse shield plans that evening. He sat within the calculation chamber beneath a restraint arch, his skull linked to the siege engines above. Data entered through the cranial sockets Graysix had installed. Every shell trajectory arrived as a sensation behind his eyes. The new design appeared on his slate: armored dozer blades, retention chains, variable rake angle, estimated body compression. Lether understood before the overseer spoke. "You will determine the required prisoner load. For mine clearance? For mine clearance, wire obstruction, visual interference, and ballistic absorption. You want them alive. Initial animation improves density distribution." Lether closed his eyes. The pain circuit activated. He opened them again. Prisoners were to be chained across mobile dozer frames ahead of assault vehicles. The first rank would trigger mines. The dead would remain attached. Later ranks would be crushed against them, adding mass until the shield became thick enough to absorb small arms fire and fragments. He calculated the chain spacing. He calculated the angle required to keep bodies from sliding beneath the tracks. He calculated how many men would be needed to fill an anti-tank ditch once the blade pushed them forward. Refusal would accomplish nothing. Another engineer would complete the work. Lethor knew that truth made obedience easier. He hated it more than the pain. The first corpse shields advanced before dawn. Armored tractors pushed walls of chained prisoners ahead of them. Imperial soldiers saw men wearing Valgard uniforms among the mass. Survivors from the captured relief convoy, missing artillery crews, laborers taken from abandoned bunkers. Some begged, some shouted recognition codes. Others had already been driven mad and laughed as the wire approached. The defenders opened fire. Las bolts burned through the first bodies and entered those behind. Heavy stubbers shook the mass apart. Teeth, bone and meat struck the dozer plates. Mines detonated beneath the chained ranks. Men vanished from the waist down, but remained hanging by their arms. Others were thrown backward into the prisoners behind them. The tractors continued pushing until the dead formed compressed barricades studded with shrapnel. The corpse shields reached the wire. The blades drove human remains into the entanglements. Armored vehicles followed across bridges made from flesh. Lord General Rourke answered with steel. The counterattack began beneath a sky crowded with Imperial aircraft. Thunderbolts and lightnings crossed the front at low altitude, strafing Shatter gun pits. Marauder bombers released their loads over the forward siege lines. Explosions merged until the earth appeared to boil. Then the gates opened. Lehman Russ companies advanced in massed formations. Battle cannons fired on the move, smashing prefabricated walls and cultist trenches. Chimeras followed with infantry packed inside. Manticores launched missiles from protected positions behind the walls. Baneblades came last. Their tracks crushed the road beneath them. Their guns spoke with a force that shook dust from distant bastions. For several hours, the Imperium drove the siege lines backward. Cultists died beneath tank tracks by the thousand. Men burst under the weight, flesh forced into the mud until the vehicles left red impressions behind them. A forge fiend charged an armored column. 3 Lehman Russ tanks fired together. The demon engine disappeared inside the impacts. Its forelimbs tore free. Its torso struck the ground, and continued crawling until a Baneblade crushed its skull beneath one track. Imperial engineering vehicles filled trenches and broke through gun walls. Soldiers emerged from chimeras to clear surviving positions. They shot wounded cultists where they lay and burned demon-tainted corpses with promethium. From the adamant sepulchre, Rourke watched kilometers of ground return to Imperial control. "Continue the advance," he ordered. Castellan Vaughan stood beside him. "The enemy withdrawal is too orderly. They are losing their forward works. They are abandoning them." Rourke studied the display. "Our armor has momentum. Momentum is useful only when the ground ahead belongs to you." The Shatter retreat continued. Damaged artillery pieces were left behind. Cultist formations broke and ran. Demon engines withdrew through prepared lanes while Imperial armor pursued them. Warsmith Drados watched from beneath the iron canopy of his command crawler. Each Imperial spearhead crossed markers established during months of probing assaults. Red runes appeared across the tactical display. One armor group entered the range of hidden Lascannons. Another reached the buried mine belt. A third passed between two ridges occupied by cold gun emplacements. Drados raised one hand. "Close the equation." The flanking ridges opened fire. Lascannon beams struck the Imperial tanks from both sides. One Lehman Russ lost its turret in a burst of white heat. Another exploded as its ammunition ignited, throwing burning crewmen from the hatches. Mines detonated beneath the spearheads. Tracks snapped. Hulls lifted and slammed down. Immobilized vehicles blocked those behind them. Artillery fell across the withdrawal routes. Earthshaker shells turned roads into crater fields. Incendiaries ignited fuel convoys. Chimeras collided in the smoke, crushing infantry trying to escape between them. The captured Shadow Sword transmitted an Imperial recognition code. Its imprisoned commander spoke through the Vox. "Friendly Super Heavy approaching from Western Reserve. Hold fire. Repeat. Hold fire." The voice broke between each word. Something else breathed beneath it. A Loyalist Baneblade rotated its turret away. The Shadow Sword fired. Its volcano cannon struck the Baneblade through the side armor. The Super Heavy tank became a sun-bright ruin. Its turret rose into the air trailing molten metal and pieces of crew. The Shadow Sword changed targets. Inside its welded hull, the surviving operators screamed prayers while demonic cables moved through their bodies. The counterattack collapsed. Imperial armor attempted to reverse through the burning wreckage. Shatter guns continued firing until escape lanes became charnel corridors. Drados did not pursue beyond the prepared range. He had no need. The ground had already killed them. By nightfall, salvage crews entered the wreckage. There was no celebration. Tanks were marked according to use, repair, corruption, cannibalization, smelting. Dead crewmen were pulled from hatches and separated from equipment. Bodies suitable for nutrient rendering went into sealed carts. Those saturated with fuel and chemical agents were processed into additives for furnace burners. Others were carried to the trenches. Demon engines received the freshest corpses. The machines fed while warpsmith thralls inspected their wounds. Broken armor became revetments. Enemy shells became Shatter ammunition. The battlefield was not cleared. It was consumed. Deep beneath the inner wall, Imperial surveyors detected the first tunneling vibration. The report reached Castellan Vaughan through a secure relay. "Bearing confirmed," he asked. "Southern foundation, depth approximately 900 meters. Advance rate? 20 meters per hour." Vaughan studied the subterranean map. Begin a countermine. Prepare flooding galleries and demolition chambers. Allow them to approach within killing distance. The order travelled through the fortress network. A compromised relay copied it. Minutes later, the same report appeared before Drados. Ven stood beside the warsmith. They have detected the tunnel. They have detected a tunnel, Drados said. Shall the excavation be halted? No. They will prepare a trap. Drados watched the false approach continue toward the inner wall. Then we must permit them the satisfaction of building it. There was no night beneath the adamant sepulchre. There was no day either. There was only vibration. It travelled through the stone in ceaseless pulses, climbing through boot soles, bone and armour, until men felt the drills inside their teeth. Lumen strips cast a sickly yellow glare along galleries cut so deep beneath Valgard that surface weather had become a forgotten abstraction. Toxic groundwater leaked through cracked basalt and collected in black pools filled with mineral scum. Where pumps failed, the water rose over the bodies of drowned labourers and carried their hair back and forth in the current. The air tasted of metal, mould, and explosive residue. Conventional Vox traffic failed beneath kilometres of rock. Signals collapsed into static or returned carrying voices that had not spoken them. Both armies navigated by seismic auspex, interpreting hammer blows, footfalls and excavation tremors through cogitator engines fed by imperfect maps. Every sound was a location. Every silence was a lie. Colonel Minor Halvek Dawn stood inside the Imperial countermine station with one hand pressed to the seismic table. Bronze needles trembled across smoked glass. Contact persists, said the Auspex adept. Bearing south by west. Depth, 912 meters. Advance rate unchanged. Dawn watched the needle. 2 unchanged. The adept looked up. My lord. No collapse. No deviation around hard strata. No reduction in rate while changing cutting heads. The enemy may possess superior equipment. The enemy possesses equipment. Superiority remains to be proven. Castellan Acastus Vaughan stood behind them, his yellow armour dark beneath mine dust. How long until interception? 27 minutes, Dawn said, assuming both galleries maintain course. They will. Dawn hesitated. You are certain? No, I am committed. Vaughan turned toward the demolition troops waiting beyond the station. Men in heavy excavation armour checked melter charges, promethium hoses and collapse mines. Their respirators turned every breath into a mechanical hiss. Break through upon my order, Vaughan said. Flood their tunnel. Burn everything inside it. Do not pursue beyond the prepared galleries. One of the demolition officers raised a fist to his chest. By Dawn's will. By discipline, Vaughan corrected. Begin. Far beyond the Imperial line, the Shatter excavation machines fed upon the mountain. They had once been mining engines taken from the Spinwood front, built to carve ore galleries through dead moons. Graysix had remade them. Their cutting heads were rimmed with scavenged teeth. Human molars, canine fangs and lengths of jawbone had been set into rotating crowns around adamantine drills. Chains ran from their armoured flanks into the stone behind them, each link engraved with equations, binding sigils and fragments of demonic names. The machines did not merely cut, they bit. Rock screamed beneath the rotating heads. Basalt became incandescent slurry. Fragments of stone and bone sprayed along the tunnel walls as the engines dragged themselves forward upon clawed tracks. Slaves followed in the narrow space behind, shoring the passage with steel ribs and ferrocrete. Men worked stripped to the waist despite the cold. Their skin shone with sweat, grime and chemical burns. When the lead drill slowed, an overseer sounded a klaxon. The slaves nearest the furnace knew what it meant. They attempted to retreat. Iron warriors blocked the passage. Servitors seized the labourers and dragged them toward the engine's rear maw. A furnace hatch opened. Heat rolled through the gallery. The first slave struck the rim and caught hold with both hands. He screamed. A servitor broke his fingers one by one and pushed him inside. Others followed. They burned slowly at first. Their voices travelled through the machine's exhaust system and emerged from vents along the drill housing. The excavation engine accelerated. Its cutting head turned faster as the screaming intensified. Warpsmith Graysix walked beside it. Mechatendrils touched pressure gauges, restraint chains, and conduits pulsing beneath the armour. "Fuel assimilation stable," said a dark Mechanicum overseer. Graysix listened to the voices within the engine. "Not fuel." The overseer lowered his hooded head. "Correction acknowledged." "Motivation." The main Imperial countermine broke through 12 minutes later. Melter charges turned the final rock face white. The barrier sagged. Demolition troops drove shaped charges into the softened stone and withdrew around the bend. The gallery exploded inward. Imperial soldiers entered behind shields, promethium nozzles raised. They found thousands of slaves packed inside the apparent Shatter approach tunnel. The first rank stared at them. Some wore explosive collars. Others had been chained to the tunnel supports. Many carried no tools or weapons. They had been driven forward until their bodies formed a living obstruction. One man raised both hands. "Emperor, preserve!" The promethium ignited. Fire rolled down the gallery. It consumed the first slaves and spread through those behind them. Hair vanished, skin blackened, split, and drew tight across skulls. Men attempted to turn, but chains locked them together. The living clawed over the burning dead until they too caught fire. Imperial demolition charges detonated along the roof. Stone came down. Thousands died beneath the collapse. Some were crushed immediately. Others remained trapped beneath broken supports with flame moving toward them through the darkness. The Imperial troops withdrew. Vaughn watched the seismic return flatten. "Their advance has ceased," said Colonel Minor Dawn. "Confirm lateral activity." The Auspex adept adjusted the table. None detected. Vaughn studied the pattern. There should have been confusion beyond the collapse. Men moving, engines reversing, rescue excavation. There was nothing. The silence beneath the mountain felt deliberate. "Continue monitoring," he said. Dawn looked at him. "We destroyed their principal approach." "No." "My lord." "We destroyed the tunnel they permitted us to find." Behind the ruined gallery, Shattercore sensor crews studied the Imperial response. Every countermine explosion had revealed a seismic node. Every Promethean pump had produced a vibration signature. Each Imperial Auspex station transmitted minute tremors through the surrounding stone as it recalibrated. Locations appeared across the Shattercore charts, not the tunnels, the ears listening to them. Decurion Malcor Ven advanced through the true approach 3 kilometers to the east. It was barely a tunnel. The passage followed a natural fault, no wider than an armored warrior's shoulders. In places, Ven moved sideways, grinding one pauldron against stone while his power pack scraped the opposite wall. The rock pressed so tightly around him that drawing a bolter required careful movement. 8 iron warriors followed. 3 mortal sappers crawled ahead, pushing Auspex probes into the darkness. They carried no lamps. Light might have leaked through fissures into Imperial galleries. The lead sapper stopped. "Void ahead." "Depth?" Ven asked. "Unknown. Bridge it." The man extended a probe. The fault shifted. There was no warning beyond a single crack. The roof descended. Stone crushed the lead sapper flat. His body burst beneath the weight, forcing blood and tissue through gaps in the rubble. The collapse travelled backward. An iron warrior vanished beneath falling basalt. His pauldron struck Ven's back, driving him to one knee. Another legionary was caught at the waist. The descending stone folded him over, armour shrieking as his spine broke. The fault sealed behind them. Dust turned the confined air opaque. Ven rose slowly. His helm marked 3 life signs as failing. "Report!" "Passage closed," said one warrior. "That is visible." "Rear units lost." "Also visible." The legionary trapped at the waist moved one arm. Warning glyphs stuttered over his chest. "Assistance." Ven crawled toward him. The warrior's pelvis had been crushed beneath several tons of stone. Black blood leaked through ruptured armor seals. Ven examined the collapse. Extraction would require hours and equipment they did not possess. He opened the wounded warrior's ammunition pouches and removed the magazines. "Hold this position." The trapped legionary looked at the bolter Ven placed beside him. "How long?" "Until ammunition is exhausted." "And after?" "Use the weapon as a club." Ven turned away. No benediction passed between them. The injured warrior understood the equation. He checked the bolter. The surviving assault group moved deeper into the fault. Behind them, the first Imperial counterminers reached the collapse. The trapped iron warrior opened fire. In the calculation chamber, Lethor Sen stared at the foundation pier suspended above the hololithic table. The pier descended through the mountain like a buried tower. Adamantine reinforcement wrapped its core. Gravitic anchors bound it to the surrounding crust. Loads from the adamant sepulchre spread through the structure into 6 adjoining vaults. The charge placement appeared around it in red. Lethor checked the values for the 4th time. "The blast will intersect our galleries," he said. Warsmith Madryden Drados stood opposite him. "That is not a structural assessment. The primary shock will collapse the Imperial mine network and the Shatter core approach beneath the pier. Will the foundation remain weakened? Yes." Insufficient answer. Lethor swallowed. The cranial leads connected to his skull twitched as the calculation engine demanded precision. The pier will retain approximately 61% of original load capacity. Fractures will propagate through the eastern and lower western supports. Repeated surface impacts will transfer force into the damaged strata. And the assault force. Losses will be total. Drados looked at the charge schematic. Lethor waited for some alteration. A delay. A withdrawal schedule. A correction intended to preserve the Iron Warriors beneath the mountain. "Add 12% to the explosive load," Drados said. Lethor stared at him. "That will increase the collapse radius." "I am aware." "It will include the ossuary levels." "I am aware." "The fortress may detect the seismic change before detonation. Then complete the work before they understand it." Drados dismissed him with a turn of his helm. Lethor remained before the projection. "You knew." The warsmith stopped. "The assault was always intended to die." Drados looked back. The assault was intended to perform a function. Survival was never included. Graysix entered the lower mines through a shaft that had been widened by force. His tunneling engine could not fit through the natural fault used by Ven's group. It created its own route. The machine's hull resembled a vast iron grub. Drilling mandibles surrounded its prow. Chains ran across the armor and disappeared into sockets filled with fire. Something moved beneath the plates, pushing outward until the metal bulged. The captive entity within it spoke through every available voice. Through the engines, through the servitors, through the mouths of the slaves chained to its flanks. "Release me," it said. The words emerged in different tones at once. Old men, children, warriors, priests, things with no human lungs. I will show you the hollow places. Graysix adjusted a pressure valve. The entity shrieked. The tunneling engine accelerated. I will break the fortress for you. Graysix increased voltage through the binding chains. Light flared beneath the engraved equations. You already will. I know your name, machine priest. A mechatendril tightened a restraint collar inside the hull. You know an obsolete designation. I know what waits when your iron rots. Graysix touched the torque control. The drilling mandibles bit deeper into the rock. The demon's voice became a howl transmitted through the entire machine. The warpsmith did not pray to it. He did not flatter it. He regulated it. When it resisted, he applied pain. When it weakened, he fed it current and human terror. When it lied, he altered its restraints until truth became the less painful option. The tunneling engine reached the Imperial Foundation vault at the same moment Ven's group found the ossuary wall. The Iron Warriors halted before a surface of fitted black stone. Through it came the faint vibration of machinery. Ven placed one gauntlet against the wall. Depth. A sapper checked the probe. Less than 2 meters. Place the charge. The mortal worked quickly, pressing meltagel into the joints between stones. Ven's helm identified movement on the far side. 2 human life signs. Sentries. The gel ignited without sound. Stone softened. Ven drove his power maul through the wall. The first sentry turned. The maul struck his chest and activated. The man burst against the reliquary behind him. Fragments of armor, bone and lung struck rows of gilded skulls. The second raised his lasgun. Ven fired once. The bolt entered beneath the man's eye and detonated. The back of his skull covered a saint's ossuary case in grey matter. The Iron Warriors entered. They emerged among stacked bones. The chamber extended beneath a fortress basilica, its walls filled with reliquaries containing generations of Valgard's dead. Skull racks rose from floor to ceiling. Brass plaques named regiments, officers and martyrs whose descendants now fought above. Ven moved through them without reverence. Objective bearing. Foundation pier lies beyond 3 crypt galleries. Alarms began. Red lumens replaced the yellow shrine lights. Ammunition lifts halted in shafts above. Bulkheads closed across prayer chambers and maintenance passages. The ossuary became a battlefield. Imperial troops entered from the eastern crypt. Ven's warriors fired between bone stacks. Bolt rounds tore men apart at ranges measured in meters. Explosions hurled relic skulls through the air. One skull struck Ven's helm and shattered into dust. The Iron Warriors crossed the first crypt. Ammunition servitors blocked the next passage, their arms loaded with shell crates. Ven shot through them. The ammunition detonated, filling the gallery with metal fragments and burning human pieces. They forced their way into a prayer chamber. Men knelt there before an altar, weapons laid across their knees. A priest raised his head. The Emperor! Ven's bolter removed his upper body. The defenders seized their weapons. The chamber vanished into muzzle flare. Imperial fists descended from the basilica above. Their boots struck the crypt stairs in measured rhythm. "Contact ahead," said a sergeant. "Traitor Astartes," replied another. "Range, 20 meters. Close and contain." The loyalists entered the ossuary. There was no space for formation maneuvers. Imperial Fist met Iron Warrior between tombs scarcely wide enough for their armor. Bolter shells detonated against ceramite. A loyalist took 3 hits to the breastplate and continued forward until a 4th entered his gorget and burst inside his throat. He fell while firing. His storm bolter tore an Iron Warrior's arm away at the shoulder. The traitor struck back with a chain blade in his remaining hand. The teeth caught beneath an Imperial fist's pauldron and chewed into transhuman flesh. Blood flooded the motor housing. The chain blade slowed. The Loyalist seized it and broke the weapon in his power fist. "4th Legion," he said. "7th," the wounded Iron Warrior answered. The Imperial fist crushed his skull. Ven drove through a maintenance passage while the warriors behind him held the crypt. He reached the foundation chamber. The pier rose through its center, broader than a fortress tower. Conduits and gravitic housings surrounded it. Charges had already been placed around the western supports. One position remained empty. Final unit status? No answer returned. Seismic markers showed fighting in the southern corridor. The last demolition team had been cut off. Without its charge, the blast would vent into an unused gallery and fail to fracture the pier as calculated. Ven studied the route. The corridor between him and the missing unit was covered by 2 heavy bolters, a plasma emplacement, and Imperial fists advancing from the crypt levels. A mortal sapper looked at the vortex-assisted charge beside him. Its containment housing pulsed with cold blue light. "We cannot carry it through that fire." Ven opened a command channel. "Warsmith, final demolition element is absent. Completion. Requires direct transit through defended corridor." Drados answered immediately. "Proceed. Enemy heavy weapons control the approach. Then remove them. Extraction route remains closed." No extraction was assigned. Ven looked toward the surviving Iron Warriors. 5 remained. One had lost an arm. Another bled through rents in his abdominal plate. All had heard the transmission. None objected. Ven lifted the charge. "Advance." In the calculation chamber, Lethor watched their life signs move across the subterranean display. He saw the Imperial fists descending. He saw Graysix's engine chewing toward the eastern support. He saw Ven carrying the unstable device through a corridor designed to kill him. Then he saw the bombardment schedule waiting above. The charges were not intended to open the fortress. They were not creating a breach. They were carving weakness into the mountain. Once the foundation pier fractured, every future macro shell would drive force into the damaged supports. The fortress's own weight would become a weapon against it. Walls built to distribute impact would transmit destruction downward. The adamant sepulchre would help tear itself apart. The men beneath it had never been an assault army. They were another explosive component, Imperial and traitor alike. Every miner, every slave, every sapper, every space marine fighting through the ossuaries. All of them were already inside the blast radius. Lethor looked toward Drados. The Warsmith watched the underground battle without anger, urgency, or satisfaction. Only measurement. For the first time, Lethor understood the true cruelty of the Shatter. It was not that they were willing to die. It was that they had reduced their own deaths to engineering. Castellan Acastus Vaughan stood beneath the cracked vaulting of the adamant sepulchre and watched the mountain die by degrees. Each new impact carried a different voice through the foundations. The lighter strikes travelled as shivers through the stone. Macro shells arrived as blunt, subterranean thunder. The damage inflicted beneath the ossuary levels had changed the deeper sounds. There was strain in them now. Long groans moved through the load-bearing piers, too deep for unaided human hearing, but rendered visible upon the seismic hololith as spreading fractures of crimson light. The fortress remained standing. that no longer meant it was enduring. Lord General Hellion Rourke watched the same display from the strategium dais. His augmetic hand tightened upon the rail as another Foundation warning appeared. Repair cohorts have stabilized the eastern support. For how long? Vaughn asked. The Mechanicus project's 17 days before structural degradation becomes critical. Under current bombardment? Rourke said nothing. The answer glowed between them. 4 days, perhaps less. Vaughn turned from the projection. Below the command gantry, thousands of staff officers, servitors, logisticians, and signal adepts moved through the strategium. Orders passed into the Continental Defense Network. Casualty returns came back. Entire armies became columns of diminishing figures. The fortress was still full of men. That did not make them safe. "We cannot remain behind the walls," Vaughn said. Rourke looked at him as though he had suggested treason. Valgard exists to endure. It exists to prevent passage. The distinction is academic, while the enemy remains outside. The enemy is beneath us. Rourke's brass fingers clicked against the rail. We destroyed their tunnel. You destroyed the approach they selected for discovery. Their true work is already complete. The Lord General glanced toward the crimson fractures. You propose abandoning prepared defenses to meet iron warriors in open ground. I propose denying them the conditions they have created. Their artillery parks cover the entire Western Theatre. Then destroy the parks. They have reserves. Then force those reserves to reveal themselves. Rourke turned fully toward him. The strength required would leave the inner walls exposed. If we remain passive, there will be no inner wall to expose. Another tremor passed through the chamber. Dust fell from the vaulted ceiling and settled upon the shoulders of officers who no longer looked upward. Vaughn opened a tactical projection. The siege lines appeared as staggered bands of iron and red. Gun pits, ammunition fields, furnace complexes, command bunkers. Grey-Six's principal forge compound pulsed at the center of the enemy deployment. The objective is not ground, Vaughn said. We strike the siege parks, destroy their ammunition reserves and kill the warpsmith. The traitors depend upon him to maintain their demon engines and corrupted armor. Without Grey-Six, the pressure upon the walls diminishes. Rourke studied the distances. You intend to reach that far? I intend to reach farther than they believe we can. With how many? As many as required. The Lord General gave a humorless breath. That answer sounds dangerously like theirs. No, they spend lives to obtain information. We will spend them to alter the war. Rourke stared at the map until the light turned the lines of his face blood red. At last, he raised his augmetic hand. Authorize full sortie. The words travelled outward. Beneath the fortress, command engines awakened. Armoured gates opened into rain and smoke. Fuel lines pressurized. Ammunition trains moved through galleries beneath streets crowded with kneeling soldiers. Priests shouted blessings over tank companies. Tech priests anointed engines with sacred oils and struck hulls with electrum hammers. The attack began beneath a manufactured storm. Valgard's weather control towers seeded the clouds until black thunderheads gathered above the western continent. Rain became a curtain. Lightning crawled between shield pylons. Static blinded lesser augurs and turned the air above the battlefield into a shrieking mass of false returns. Then the gates opened. Millions of soldiers advanced. Infantry came first in lines broad enough to cover the horizon. Their boots struck mud already thick with the remains of previous battles. Behind them came chimeras, hellhounds, Lehman Russ companies and engineering vehicles carrying bridge sections, mine clearance blades and demolition charges. Manticores fired from behind the walls. Their rockets passed over the advancing formations and descended upon the Shatter core lines in rippling detonations. Gun pits vanished. Ammunition shelters exploded from within. Burning shells spun through the rain. Aircraft filled the sky. Thunderbolts screamed beneath the cloud cover, strafing trenches and auger masts. Lightnings climbed to meet traitor interceptors. Marauder bombers released their payloads over the siege parks, then vanished into smoke and flak. Knights strode above the tank columns. Their ion shields flared under incoming fire. Battle cannons hammered the forward redoubts. Reaper chainswords turned as they advanced, teeth throwing rain in silver arcs. Beyond them came the Titans. Their footsteps shook both armies. A warlord raised its weapons over the lesser engines and fired. Light consumed an entire Shatter core position. Men, guns, and fortifications disappeared in the blast. The void shields around the God engine shone through the storm like a second sky. Colonel Joran Bale advanced beneath that shadow. His command Chimera pitched through shell holes while the 181st poured from the opened gates around him. Men ran beside the vehicle, some carrying rifles, others ammunition boxes, mortar tubes or nothing but entrenching tools. A shell struck the column to the left. 3 transports vanished in mud and fire. Bodies hit Bale's Chimera in wet fragments. The driver did not slow. Forward batteries report the enemy line is breaking, Major Vale said through the compartment vox. Bale watched the tactical slate. Red positions were disappearing faster than they could be confirmed. Breaking or opening? Colonel? Nothing. The Chimera's rear hatch lowered before the vehicle stopped. Bale stepped into the rain. The first Shatter core trench had already been overrun. Imperial armor crushed firing pits beneath its tracks. Cultists fled through the communication trenches and died from both directions. Loyalist infantry shot them in the back. Iron warriors gunned down those retreating toward the siege parks. One man ran between the armies with both hands raised. A battle cannon shell struck behind him. The blast lifted him from the ground. He came apart in the air, limbs tumbling separately through the rain. Bale's troops entered the position. Months of bombardment had stripped restraint from them. They dragged gun crews from their emplacements and killed them with bayonets. Wounded cultists were beaten to death with rifle stocks. A loader, wearing the brands of the Dark Mechanicum, tried to crawl beneath a Medusa carriage. 3 guardsmen pulled him free and opened his belly with entrenching tools. No officer intervened. The rage had been stored too long. It moved through the regiment like fever. Imperial fists struck the command bunkers behind the trenches. Vaughan led them. Melter charges opened the first bunker. The blast door became molten slag. The Loyalists entered through the heat, bolters firing in disciplined bursts. Left chamber. Clear. Lower passage. Contact. Advance. Traitor command personnel died at their stations. An Iron Warrior rose from behind a shattered plotting table and fired a combi bolter into the breach. 2 rounds struck Vaughan's pauldron. A third detonated against his breastplate. Vaughan continued forward. He caught the traitor's weapon in one hand, twisted it aside, and drove his power fist through the warrior's abdomen. Ceramite split. Organs burst across the rear wall. The Imperial fist withdrew his arm. Command post secured. Beyond the bunker, Grey-Six's forge complex burned. Several demon engines stood in activation cradles beneath gantries of black iron. Their limbs twitched. Weapon moors opened and closed without sound. Chains held them to the ground while Dark Mechanicum adepts attempted to complete the rites of ignition. Vaughn raised his Stormbolter. Destroy them! Heavy weapons opened fire. Lascannons punched through unfinished armor. Melter beams cut restraint frames and the creatures bound within them. One demon engine awakened as its body came apart. It dragged itself from the cradle upon two limbs, trailing cables and half-formed organs. An Imperial fist fired a cyclone missile into its mouth. The engine exploded. Warp fire spread across the gantry. Adepts burned within their robes, their augmetics continuing to transmit Binharic distress after their flesh had blackened. Gracix felt every death through the noosphere. His rage travelled through machinery, vox channels across the battlefield filled with metallic shrieking. Damaged engines that had lain silent in the mud began to move. A crippled defiler pulled itself toward the Imperial fists with one functioning leg. Forge Fiend wrecks turned their heads. Severed weapon cables crawled like worms through the rain. The Warpsmith withdrew from the central forge as demolition charges began to detonate. He abandoned unfinished engines, dismantled bodies and vats filled with gestating machine flesh. He did not curse. His anger expressed itself through voltage. Every slave linked to the forge screamed at once. Bale reached the central artillery park at the height of the attack. Earthshaker platforms stood in rows beneath armoured canopies. Medusas occupied recessed pits. Ammunition conveyors ran through the compound like veins. The surviving gun crews fought with sidearms and tools. Guardsmen swarmed them. A loader swung a hydraulic hook through the chest of an Imperial sergeant. The hook tore the man open and lifted him from the ground, entrails spilling across the mechanism. Bale shot the loader through the face. The lashbolt burned through one eye and out the rear of his skull. "Secure the guns," Bale ordered. His men climbed onto the artillery platforms. Then the screaming began. It came from inside the weapon housings. Bale approached an Earthshaker emplacement and saw hands protruding from the control console. Human hands. They had been fused into the firing mechanisms. Flesh had grown around brass levers and targeting wheels. The operator sat behind the panel with his lower body removed, spine locked into the recoil cradle by metal braces. His eyes moved. "Colonel," the man whispered. Bale leaned closer. The operator wore the remains of a Valgard artillery uniform. "How long?" The man's mouth trembled. "Since the convoy." Behind him, the gun's mechanism cycled.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The fused hands moved without his control. Other prisoners had been installed throughout the artillery park. Some remained conscious. Others had been reduced to living nervous systems preserved within glass tanks and connected to elevation controls. Major Vale stared at them. "Can they be removed?" A regimental engine seer examined the housing. "Not without disabling the weapon." The captive began to laugh weakly. Bale placed his pistol against the man's forehead. "Emperor receive you." The shot ended the laughter. "Disable the guns," Bale said. Vale looked at him. "We were ordered to capture usable artillery. They are no longer usable." Across the battlefield, victory spread across the Imperial displays. The first Shatter line had collapsed. The second had been penetrated in 7 sectors. Armoured columns pushed toward the furnace ships. Knights reached the central approaches. The Titans continued advancing beneath the manufactured storm. Within the command crawler of the unbroken calculation, officers requested reserves. Western Siege Park lost. "Denied," Drados said. "Forge complex compromised." "Denied. Enemy armor has passed the 4th marker line." "Recorded." Siege Captain Vortan Kral stood over the tactical projection. His armor still bore the scars of Gate 19 and the subterranean assault. "You are sacrificing months of construction." Drados watched the Imperial columns converge. Months are irrelevant beside certainty. The enemy has destroyed 3 ammunition fields. They were filled with defective stock. They are approaching Grey 6. The warpsmith has been instructed to withdraw. Kral looked at the reserve icons remaining motionless behind the secondary lines. "You knew they would attack. I knew they would recognize passivity as death. And this?" Drados enlarged the Imperial spearheads. "They believe advance and success are the same condition." The leading tanks crossed into the cleared corridors. For months, Shatter Corps slaves had removed mines from those lanes. Retreating cultists and vehicles now moved through them, drawing the Imperial columns onward. The ground waited. Drados closed his fist. Charges detonated beneath the battlefield. The earth opened. Entire armoured companies vanished into sinkholes. Lehman Russ tanks fell nose first into collapsing galleries. Chimeras tumbled upon one another, crushing soldiers beneath their hulls. Infantry divisions disappeared beneath descending mud, stone, and wreckage. One knight took a final step onto empty ground. The crust broke. The war engine fell to its waist. Its pilot tried to raise it, but the surrounding ground collapsed farther. The knight toppled sideways, crushing tanks and men beneath its shoulder. Secondary artillery opened from concealed positions. Shells fell upon the trapped formations. The impact pattern had been prepared months before the sortie. Rounds struck command vehicles first, then bridges, then fuel carriers, then the dense masses of infantry seeking routes around the collapsed ground. Demon engines emerged behind the Imperial advance. Bunker roofs split open. Mauler fiends climbed from darkness. Defilers rose from mud-covered pits and fired into the rear of the columns. Orbital strikes descended. Lance beams cut across the withdrawal routes, turning roads into glowing canyons. Men vanished within the light. Armor became molten rivers. The counterattack became slaughter. A knight tried to cross a collapsed trench and impaled itself upon the wreckage of another engine. A Mauler fiend climbed onto its back and tore through the cockpit. The pilot's scream passed across the Vox before the demon engine ripped him from the throne in pieces. Trapped soldiers suffocated beneath overturned transports. Others beat against sealed hatches while fire consumed the oxygen inside. The Titans were isolated. The warlord fired into the surrounding demon engines, destroying several with each discharge, but concentrated Shatter Corps guns stripped its void shields layer by layer. Lascannons struck its knees. Macro shells hammered the torso. The god engines staggered as warning klaxons echoed for kilometers. Vaughn saw the trap close. He did not waste time cursing it. All Imperial fists, withdraw by Corridor Dawn 7. Armor groups within viable distance will support. Remaining formations hold position and delay. A voice answered. Castellan, Corridor Dawn 7 is under orbital interdiction. Then move between strikes. Estimated interval, 21 seconds. Acceptable. He turned toward the forge complex. Grey-6 had escaped. The Fuhrer objective had failed. That knowledge altered nothing about the next command. First squad, rear guard. Confirmed. Second and third, recover gene seed where practicable. Confirmed. Mortals. Vaughn looked across the shattered field. Hundreds of thousands were already beyond rescue. Those able to move will follow. Bale heard the withdrawal order as the artillery park exploded around him. The Shatter Corps had detonated its own magazines. Shells cooked off inside their racks. Gun carriages overturned. Men were torn apart by fragments moving too fast to see. Vale disappeared in the blast. One moment he stood beside Bale. The next, his lower body remained upright while the rest of him struck the side of an earthshaker in a spray of blood. Bale seized a wounded signalman by the harness. "Can you walk?" "My leg." "Then crawl." They joined the retreat. Behind them, the Imperial sortie died by the million. Vaughn's withdrawal saved a fraction. Imperial fists held shattered crossings while guardsmen moved past. Tanks with damaged weapons formed barricades and fired until overwhelmed. Aircraft descended through flak to evacuate command personnel, only to be torn apart above the landing zones. The manufactured storm continued. Rain washed blood into the sinkholes. When the survivors reached the walls, the gates opened only long enough to admit the first columns. Men outside beat upon the armored doors as demon engines approached. The gates closed. Those left behind turned to fight. Their deaths became another layer of noise beneath the artillery. Drados walked the recaptured siege lines at dawn. Shatter Corps units assembled before him. Some had withdrawn according to plan. Others had fled. The distinction had been recorded. Ordered survivors returned to duty. The rest were chained to the forward hulls of the surviving siege engines. Armourers drilled restraints through their plate and bone. Some Iron Warriors endured the punishment in silence. Others cursed until their jaws were broken. Kral watched the work. "You preserve them." "I assign them function," Drados said. A condemned legionary was bolted across the front of a Vindicator, his armour positioned to absorb incoming fire. He abandoned an artillery position. "He retained ammunition," Kral said. "He abandoned purpose." The warsmith moved to the next. Cruelty was not rage. It was classification. Cowardice produced one punishment. Error another. Disobedience another still. No warrior could claim ignorance. No warrior could claim unfairness. The Shatter Corps possessed standards even for suffering. Across Valgard, the survivors of the sortie reached the inner bastions. Bale entered the western gate with fewer than 1 man in 10 from the formations that had marched beside him. Rourke stood within the command chamber when the first reports arrived. Millions dead. Thousands of tanks destroyed. Knights lost. One Titan crippled. Another unaccounted for beneath the collapse. The Lord General closed his eyes. "We failed." Vaughn removed his damaged helm. "We learned." Rourke laughed once without humour. "Now you sound exactly like him." Warning sirens interrupted the answer. Not from the walls, from the orbital stations. The system hololith filled with new contacts beyond the blockade. Reality split in a blaze of translation light. Battleships emerged from the warp. Troop transports followed, then Mechanicus vessels heavy with weapons, fuel, and replacement engines. Their hulls bore the Aquila, the Cog of Mars, and the heraldry of distant crusade groups. The fleet continued arriving until the outer augurs struggled to count it. For the first time since the siege began, Drados' vessels were seriously outnumbered. In the strategium, officers began to cheer. Some wept. Lord General Rourke stared at the armada and saw salvation. Vaughn stared at the same display. He saw another wall, and wondered how long it would take the Iron Warriors to measure it. The void above Valgard burned without heat. Battleships exchanged lance fire across distances that reduced whole cities to moats. White beams crossed the darkness, struck void shields and spread into continent-sized coronas of artificial lightning. Macro cannon broadsides followed, each shell larger than a hab block, fired in rolling sequences that shook the firing vessels from prow to stern. The Imperial Relief Fleet advanced behind the battleship, his wrath endures. Its armoured beak bore the gilded aquila of the Segmentum Command. Shrine towers crowded its dorsal spine. Gun decks opened along its flanks, exposing rows of weapons serviced by tens of thousands of ratings, servitors, and press-ganged deck slaves. The battleship fired. Space rippled around the broadside. A Shatter cruiser took the volley across its forward shields. The first impacts vanished in eruptions of blue light. The next broke through. Armor kilometers thick burst outward. Compartments opened to the void, spilling atmosphere, ammunition, machine fragments and men. Thousands of crewmen died without sound. Their bodies froze as they tumbled away from the ship. Some remained tethered to workstations by cables and chains. Others spun naked through the debris field, eyes crystallized, mouths opened upon final screams that no living soul would hear. The cruiser did not change course. Its remaining batteries continued firing according to their assigned pattern. Closer to Valgard, escort vessels fought within the mine belts. Frigates turned between drifting warheads and shattered orbital platforms, firing at ranges so short that gunnery officers no longer required predictive cogitation. One Imperial destroyer struck a void mine beneath its keel. The detonation broke the vessel in two. Its stern continued forward under engine power while the prow rolled away, shrine bells ringing through compartments already emptying into space. A Shatter raider passed between the severed halves and poured fire into both. Defense lasers rose from Valgard. Their beams carved through the fleet battle, forcing the traitor cruisers away from stable firing anchors. One lance struck a furnace ship broadside and burned through every deck. The vessel ruptured from within. Its magazines ignited, turning the ship into an expanding cloud of molten iron and screaming warp light. On the bridge of the unbroken calculation, warning runes covered the tactical hololith. Furnace ship Bitter Industry destroyed, reported Siege Captain Vorten Kral. Recorded, Warsmith Madridan Drados said. Cruiser Unbending Malice has lost prow armor and 3 port batteries. Function remaining? 42%. Then 42% remains sufficient. Kral watched the relief fleet tighten around Valgard. They will cut the descent corridors. The surface army risks isolation. Drados stood within the center of the hololithic system, Valgard turning beneath him. Imperial ships appeared as gold icons. Shatter vessels burned red around them. The relief force outnumbered his fleet by more than 2 to 1. "We lift the siege," Kral said, "or lose the army." No. The answer came without force. It required none. "The fleet cannot hold this geometry," Kral said. "It will not hold it." Drados selected 3 cruisers. It will reshape it. Orders moved through the command network. Damaged vessels were instructed to remain in position. Escorts already withdrawing were ordered back into the mine belts. Ammunition hulks rotated their armored bows toward the Imperial advance. Across the fleet, captains received commands that offered no promise of survival. One protested, "Our shields have failed. Another broadside will break the spine." "Maintain assigned function," Drados said. "We will be destroyed." That is not a contradiction. The channel went silent. The cruiser resumed formation. Drados turned the hololith. The Imperial relief fleet was not salvation. It was not disaster. It was another wall, constructed from armor, weapons, command doctrine, and confidence. Walls differed only in material. All possessed fractures. Far below the fleet battle, the Black Forge opened its gates. The devourer of redoubts waited within. It had once been a mobile command fortress from the Spinward Front, designed to direct armies across poisoned continents. Its original superstructure had been stripped away. Grey-Six had replaced it with gun towers, infernal furnaces, and armor taken from dozens of captured war engines. Its tracks were moving walls. Each link stood taller than a Lehman Russ. A shadow sword volcano cannon had been mounted along the central spine. Baneblade weapons protruded from secondary turrets. Demolisher cannons sat within the forward hull beside rotary siege drills and claws broad enough to grasp a bunker. Its armor was not entirely metal. Ribs moved beneath iron plates. Veins carried black lubricant toward weapon housings. Sections of the hull breathed. The command core contained no crew. Thousands of prisoners had been joined inside it. Their spines were wired together. Their nerves formed transmission lines. Their brains had been cut, partitioned and fused into a single organic cogitator around the daemon bound at the core. Some still remembered their names. The machine remembered all of their pain. Grey-Six stood upon an iron gantry above the engine. Mecha tendrils spread from his armor into the control systems. Data moved through him in torrents. Plasma pressure, restraint tension, ammunition weight, warp resonance, prisoner mortality. Below, prison hulks opened. Men were driven down ramps toward the soul furnaces. They came from the captured relief convoy, abandoned Imperial positions, and Valgard's ruined outer districts. Some wore uniforms, others wore chains alone. Dark Mechanicum overseers drove them forward with shock goads. The prisoners saw the grinders. Many tried to turn. The pressure of those behind carried them onward. The first rank reached the intake rollers. Iron teeth caught legs, drew bodies forward, and crushed them into the machinery. Bones broke with dull, rapid cracks. Blood sprayed across the furnace housings. Men vanished by halves, torsos still screaming while their lower bodies became red pulp beneath the rollers. The grinders did not pause. Warp current moved through the dying. Their final terror traveled along engraved conductors into the Devourer's command core. The machine's guns elevated. Chains strained around its limbs. Thousands of voices spoke from within the hull. Some prayed to the Emperor. Some called for fathers, brothers and sons. Others uttered sounds stripped of words by pain. Together they became one voice. It roared. The restraint towers bent inward. The Devourer bit at them with its forward claws. One pylon tore free from the ground and vanished between armored jaws. Metal folded. Binding sigils broke apart in sprays of sparks. Grey-Six increased current through the remaining chains. The engine's roar deepened. Integration has reached terminal threshold, transmitted a Forge Adept. Incorrect, Grey-Six answered. The Adept's mechadendrites tightened around its data tablet. Clarify. Threshold implies conclusion. Grey-Six watched the Devourer strain. There is no conclusion. Within the principal calculation chamber, Lethor Sen entered the final pressure values. His skull ached around the cranial sockets. Weeks connected to Shatter core cogitators had left the skin behind his ears grey and suppurating. His fingers trembled above the brass keys. The ignition sequence demanded exact plasma balance across 9 containment chambers. He altered the 7th. Not enough to trigger an immediate rejection, enough to create an imbalance once the engine reached full stride. Pressure would rise through the starboard conduits. Containment seals would fracture. Plasma would enter the command core. The Devourer would die. So would every prisoner within it. Lethor considered that mercy. The calculation passed into the engine. Grey-Six stopped moving. The warpsmith remained motionless for 3 heartbeats. Then one mechatendril disconnected from the control bank. It turned toward Lethor. The chamber overseers seized him before he could withdraw his hands from the keys. Graysix descended from the gantry. The Devourer continued roaring behind him. "You introduced failure," the warpsmith said. Lethor tasted blood. "I made an error." "No." Graysix projected the calculation between them. "The deviation is contained within tolerances until pressure rise. It avoids preliminary detection. It produces delayed containment collapse." The red values turned around Lethor's face. "Errors are clumsy," Graysix said. "This is elegant." Lethor tried to pull away. Mechanical arms locked his head against the restraint frame. "You will kill me," he said. "That would discard a functional component." A saw extended from Graysix's wrist. The blade began to turn. Lethor screamed before it touched him. The warpsmith cut away part of his skull. Pain became white emptiness. Bone dust filled Lethor's mouth. Warm blood ran down his neck. He felt pressure inside his head as Graysix inserted a hooked device beneath the exposed plate and drove its filaments into living tissue. The compliance mechanism activated. Lethor's sight vanished. Another vision replaced it. He saw through the Devourer. Thousands of eyes opened within him. Targeting lenses, gun sights, thermal receptors, pressure sensors, and the memories of prisoners became one impossible perception. He felt the weight of the engine's tracks upon the ground. He tasted fuel. He heard every captive nervous system screaming inside the command core. He tried to close eyes that were no longer his. He could not. Graysix corrected the altered pressure value. "Sabotage will now be experienced as self-injury," the warpsmith said. The Devourer's restraints released. It moved. The ground beneath the forge complex broke apart. The engine advanced through its own outer wall rather than use the prepared gate. Gun towers swayed upon its back. Smoke poured from furnace stacks. The mouths beneath its armor opened and drew in the battlefield air. The surviving outer forts opened fire. Lascannons struck the Devourer's forward plate. Armor ran molten from the wounds. Defense lasers scarred trenches through its upper hull, exposing pulsing masses beneath. The machine continued. A line of anti-tank ditches blocked its approach. Graysix transmitted one command. "Fill." Slave transports drove forward. Their ramps opened above the ditches. Prisoners, corpses, wrecked vehicles and rubble were pushed into the excavations. Men fell upon broken armor. More fell upon them. Bulldozers drove the mass down while the living attempted to climb out. The Devourer advanced across the fill. Its tracks crushed everything beneath them. Lethor felt bones break through the engine's pressure sensors. He felt bodies compact into the mud. Each death passed into the machine as a faint increase in heat. The forward guns fired. A demolisher shell struck the nearest fort. The outer wall folded inward. The volcano cannon followed, cutting through the center of the bastion. Hundreds of defenders vanished into incinerated vapor. Those beyond the beam died beneath collapsing gun decks. The Devourer reached the ruins. Its claws tore wrecked tanks from the rubble and pushed them into furnace intakes. Bodies followed. Metal and meat entered together. Inside the engine, crucibles melted both. Fresh armor bled across damaged plates. In orbit, Drados began the second phase. Boarding torpedoes launched from a crippled Shatter cruiser moments before the vessel received its killing broadside. The cruiser broke apart as the torpedoes crossed beneath the Imperial fleet's firing arcs. Their target was not a battleship. It was the fleet communications vessel, Voice of Penance. The torpedoes struck amidships. Iron warriors entered through smoke, decompression, and burning devotional banners. Naval armsmen met them inside the transmission decks. Shotguns and lascarbines fired at close range. Bolter shells turned men into fragments that struck the bulkheads wetly. The boarding party did not stop to kill the wounded. They moved toward the command sanctum. The communications officers sealed themselves behind an armoured door. A melter charge opened it. The first Iron Warrior entered while the metal was still flowing. He shot the fleet astropath through the chest, then drove a greater than captured encryption protocols past to the unbroken calculation. False orders entered the Imperial network. Squadron Uadrons received instructions to alter formation. One cruiser group was ordered closer to Valgard to protect the surface batteries. Another was warned of a supposed torpedo attack from the system's Darkwood edge. Escorts moved to intercept an enemy that did not exist. The relief fleet began dividing itself. Lord Admiral Corvin Thesk saw the distortions too late. "Countermand all unverified maneuvers," he ordered. His signals officers hesitated. "Which commands remain verified, Lord?" Thesk looked across a tactical display filled with his own authority. "None." Gracix transmitted captured identification rights into Valgard's surface network. For several critical minutes, defense batteries recognized 3 Shatter vessels as Imperial. The traitor cruisers moved between the relief fleet and the planet. Imperial ships followed. Then, the recognition codes changed. Valgard's defense lasers opened fire. The first beam struck an Imperial cruiser through its ventral armor. The vessel split along the keel. The second lance removed the bridge of a Mechanicus transport. The third carved through an escort squadron and continued into the darkness. Panic spread across the formation. Some captains believed the surface batteries had been corrupted. Others believed traitor vessels were concealed among them. Orders contradicted counter-orders. Ships changed course into one another's firing lanes. Void shields collapsed under friendly fire. Drados committed the ammunition hulks. Their engines burned at maximum output. They entered the disordered Imperial formation and detonated. Millions of tons of shells, fuel and explosives became expanding spheres of destruction. Escorts disappeared. Battleships rolled beneath the shockwaves. Minefields scattered through the fleet, striking armor already weakened by the engagement. The relief armada broke. Not all of it. Several vessels turned toward the outer system with engines burning beyond safe tolerance. Krull watched their icons withdraw. "Pursuit groups can intercept." "No," Drados said. "They carry warning." "Yes. They will return with another fleet." "Perhaps." The warsmith watched the fleeing ships. Let them speak first. The survivors would carry the image of Valgard's guns firing upon its rescuers. They would report that the greatest fortress in the region was being dismantled beneath the eyes of its own defenders. Fear would travel faster than the Shattercore fleet. On the surface, the Devourer reached the outer wall. The gatehouse fired everything it possessed. Battle cannons struck the engine at point-blank range. Melter beams opened cavities through the forward armor. Men leaned from firing slits and poured las fire into exposed tissue. The Devourer raised its claws. They closed around the gatehouse. Ferrocrete cracked. Gun chambers collapsed inward. Defenders were crushed between walls and weapon housings. Men burst inside their armor. Blood jetted through firing apertures as the pressure reduced bodies to paste. The machine pulled. The gatehouse came apart. Its upper towers toppled across the wallwalk, burying hundreds beneath stone and guns. The Devourer thrust its prow into the breach and opened its furnace mouths. Wrecked tanks slid inside. Ammunition crates followed. Bodies were drawn through intake teeth and vanished into the engine's depths. Letha felt all of it. He felt armor growing over wounds. He felt the command core digesting memory, fear, and metal. Then something touched the engine through the ground, a vibration, too regular for geology, too deep for the outer fortress. Letha's stolen senses followed it into the mountain. The signal passed through hidden power conduits, armored transit shafts, and weapon systems buried beyond every known plan of Valgard. A second structure slept beneath the adamant sepulchre, larger, deeper. The fortress above was not the final redoubt. It was armor around something stronger. Lethor tried to conceal the discovery. The compliance device opened his mind. The data traveled directly to Graysix, then to Drados. A new fortress unfolded across the hololithic display of the unbroken calculation. Gun decks beneath mountains, shield cores beneath cities, missile vaults buried in the crust, gates hidden behind foundations already weakened by the siege. Kral stared at the revelation. Everything we have destroyed was the first shell, Drados said. Valgard had shown him its true heart. The warsmith regarded it without surprise, only renewed calculation. 9 assaults began with one command. Across 3 continents, the Shatter core guns elevated in unison. Millions of tons of machinery shifted beneath smoke-darkened skies. Ammunition lifts rose from buried magazines. Reactor housings opened their cooling veins. Demon engines strained against restraint chains, while mortal armies were beaten into formation behind them. Warsmith Madryden Drados watched the planetary hololith divide into 9 zones of destruction. Breach Primus would be opened by the Devourer of Redoubts. Breach Secundus would be reduced beneath massed artillery. Breach Tertius would be attacked from below, through the foundation wounds created beneath the adamant. Sepulchre. Breach Quartus would receive the armoured spearhead. Breach Quintus would be drowned in chemical poison and radioactive slurry. Breach Sextus would be struck from the air. Breach Septimus would be broken by mortal demolition waves under Decurion Malcor Ven. Breach Octavus would appear to fail, drawing Imperial reserves into a false pursuit. Breach Nonus would be stormed directly by Iron Warriors after teleport strikes severed its command levels. No single assault was intended to reveal itself as the Schwerpunkt. Every breach would appear decisive. Every defender would believe the main strength of the Shatter core stood before him. Drados regarded the 9 attack paths. Begin reduction. The world answered with guns. At Breach Secundus, thousands of artillery pieces fired within the same minute. Earthshakers recoiled against their stabilizers. Medusas spat seed shells at trajectories so low they seemed to tear furrows through the cloud cover. Missile batteries released screaming volleys that rose into the black sky and descended upon the wall in sheets of fire. At Breach Quintus, armoured pumps discharged corrosive effluent into the defensive drainage network. Yellow vapour climbed from firing slits. Men emerged from bunkers with their hands pressed against faces that had begun dissolving. Those who remained inside drowned when the poison flooded the lower galleries. At Breach Sextus, assault craft descended through flak thick enough to make the heavens appear solid. Stormbirds and captured landers flew beside gunships whose armor had grown eyes and teeth. Imperial Hydra batteries ripped aircraft apart overhead. Burning wreckage struck the battlements before the surviving transports released their troops. At Breach Tertius, buried charges detonated inside the mountain. The wall rose several meters. For a heartbeat, kilometers of fortification appeared to float upon dust and fire. Then the broken foundations failed, and entire bastions settled unevenly into the earth. Gun towers leaned. Ammunition lifts sheared from their rails. Men fell from parapets and disappeared into the opening fissures. Castellan Acastus Vaughan stood within the adamant sepulchre, while 9 alarm chimes sounded around him. The tactical display offered no obvious answer. Every threatened sector showed traitor Astartes' strength. Every gate faced armor, artillery, or demon engines. Seismic returns confirmed subterranean movement beneath 2 continents. Vox reports from the western bastions described aircraft descending in numbers sufficient to conceal the sun. Lord General Helion Rourke stood beside him. "Which is the primary assault?" "All of them," Vaughan said. "That is impossible." "No, it is expensive." Rourke studied the display. "If we disperse the reserves, he destroys them piecemeal. If we do not, he destroys the army groups we abandon." The Lord General looked toward the Imperial Fist icons gathered beneath the central citadel. Draidos had shaped the decision before the first gun fired. He knew Vaughan could recognize the purpose of the simultaneous assaults. Recognition offered no escape. The Loyalist could preserve concentration only by sacrificing entire continental fronts. Vaughan touched the command runes. First squad to breach Primus, second and third to Septimus, fourth to Nonus. Remaining squads divide between Secundus and Tertius. "You are giving him what he wants," Rourke said. "I am denying him what he needs." "What is the distinction?" "Time." The Imperial Fists departed without ceremony. Thunderhawks lifted from the inner hangars. Teleportariums charged. Armored warriors moved through transit tunnels, already shaking beneath the bombardment. Vaughan remained at the center for less than a minute. Then he selected Breach Primus. Draidos had gone there himself. The devourer of redoubts advanced through a storm of Imperial fire. Defense lasers struck its armor and left glowing wounds broad enough to swallow tanks. Battle cannon shells burst across the moving fortress in constant flashes. Lascanon beams burned through iron plate and the flesh beneath it. The engine regenerated as it moved. Molten metal flowed from its internal furnaces, carrying fragments of bone and human tissue into damaged sections. New armor sealed over the wounds in wet, smoking layers. Faces appeared briefly beneath the cooling surface before sinking into the metal. Draidos walked behind it. His command cohort advanced in ordered ranks, never accelerating when the guns intensified and never slowing when warriors fell. Breacher shields locked together. Havoc teams fired between the gaps. Servo skulls crossed overhead, sending targeting information into the formation's shared tactical display. A defense laser struck the left flank. 3 iron warriors vanished inside the beam. Their armor became incandescent silhouettes before exploding into molten fragments. The blast stripped plating from 2 more and burned mortal attendants into black stains upon the ground. The formation continued at the same pace. Siege Captain Vortan Kral walked beside Draidos. Outer armor loss has reached 34%. Record the weapon responsible. Defense Laser Cluster 8. Bron. Havoc Champion. Bron Cade received the designation from a command tower 6 kilometers behind the assault. He sat fused to his gunnery throne, surrounded by the voices of hundreds of weapon crews. Autocannon feeds, missile trajectories, Lascanon sights and demon-bound targeting systems passed through his helm. He did not see bastions, shrines, or men. He saw numbered apertures. "Target 8, he said. "Primary laser housing. Lower vent." 4 Lascanons fired. The beams converged upon the same point and burned through the armored shutter. Missile launchers answered a heartbeat later. Their warheads entered the opened vent and detonated inside the gun chamber. The defense laser fell silent. Target 9, upper embrasure, traverse limited. Autocannons hammered the firing slit. Shells struck the edges, filling the chamber beyond with stone fragments. A demon-fed weapon opened beside Cade's tower. Its barrel flexed like a throat before expelling a stream of burning metal. The wall gun disappeared. A mortal spotter transmitted from an observation pit near the base of the fortress. Target 11 confirmed. Elevation correction -3. Cade examined the line. The spotter's position obstructed a clean Lascanon solution. "Remain still," Cade ordered. "My lord?" "Remain still." Cade fired. The beam passed through the observation pit. The spotter and his crew became incandescent vapor. The shot continued into the firing aperture behind them. Target 11 neutralized. No one commented upon the cost. At Breach Septimus, Ven possessed 7 Iron Warriors. The assault plan had called for 24. The dead could not be replaced before the attack. Drados had not altered the objective. Ven replaced legionaries with mortals. Thousands waited in the approach trenches, chained into assault echelons. Cultists stood beside penal troops, mutants and slaves dragged from the captured relief ships. Each echelon carried a section of the demolition load. No man held enough explosives to damage the wall alone. Each wave was required to move its charge forward and pass it to the survivors of the next. Ven stood upon the firing step. The first line will advance to marker 3. A mortal commander stared at the wall beyond the smoke. There is no cover between markers 2 and 3. Correct. They will be destroyed. Then the second line will recover the charges. The commander swallowed. And if they are destroyed, the third. Ven lowered his bolter. Advance. The first wave climbed from the trench. Imperial guns opened immediately. Heavy bolters tore through the front ranks. Men burst apart around the demolition canisters. Lasfire burned limbs from torsos. Mortar shells threw bodies across the plain. The survivors moved the charges forward. They reached the first crater and died within it. The second wave advanced. Men stumbled over the remains of the first. They seized the blood-slicked canisters and carried them another 30 meters before artillery struck. Hundreds disappeared beneath mud and fire. The third wave entered before the smoke cleared. Ven observed the distance gained. Acceptable. An Iron Warrior beside him watched men crawling toward the next marker with their entrails trailing behind them. Expenditure exceeds projection. Distance gained exceeds projection. The fourth wave moved. By the sixth, the dead formed a road. Prisoners climbed across broken bodies, using rib cages and shattered armor as footing. Mines detonated beneath them. Human fragments struck the wall. Blood spread across the ferrocrete in broad fans. The charges continued forward. Ven entered with the ninth wave. His 7 legionaries moved behind a living screen thick enough to absorb the first volleys. Bolt rounds answered the wall. Havoc fire suppressed the upper firing bays. Ven crossed marker 3 while the mortals around him were cut down. A guardsman appeared in a lower slit. Ven shot him through the chest. The bolt detonated inside the man, spraying lungs and spine across the crew behind him. Charges to the foundation, Ven ordered. The survivors obeyed. Beyond Breach Primus, Titans went to war. Imperial engines advanced from the opened fortress gates beneath banners scorched by months of bombardment. Warhounds ran ahead of larger god machines, their weapons blazing through the smoke. A Reaver fired over them, its plasma blast turning a corrupted siege engine into a lake of burning metal. The Shatter answered with engines dragged from a dozen wars. A demon-infested Titan strode from behind the siege parks, its armor covered in chains and screaming faces. Its void shields collided with Imperial fire, producing waves of blue lightning broad enough to illuminate the continent. The god machines exchanged death through smoke so thick that day became black. A warhound lost its shields. Auto-cannon fire stripped armor from its flank. A corrupted lance struck the exposed reactor housing. The Titan staggered, took another step, and began to fall. Its princeps fought the descent. For several seconds, the engine remained upright through will and failing gyroscopes alone. Then one knee folded. The Titan fell across the trench network. Its body struck with the force of an earthquake. Kilometers of communication trench vanished beneath it. Imperial soldiers and Shatter slaves were crushed together. The Warhound's head split open, spilling its crew, amniotic fluid and machinery into the mud. Its reactor did not detonate. The corpse lay across the outer ditch. A bridge. Drados saw the new route appear upon his tactical display. Redirect armor through the fallen engine. Kral looked at him. That corridor remains under Titan fire. It did before. The first Vindicators climbed onto the Warhound's back. Their tracks ground heraldry, armor, and dead crew into the plating. More vehicles followed. What had been an Imperial god engine became a roadway for the Shatter Corps. The Devourer reached Breach Primus. Its forward claws struck the wall. Ferrocrete cracked beneath the impact. Gun crews inside the gatehouse were thrown from their stations. The engine struck again. Armor split. The third blow tore open the outer face. Drados entered behind it. Imperial reserves fired directly into the breach. The opening became a tunnel of dust, molten stone, and intersecting gunfire. Cultists vanished beneath las bursts. Iron warriors advanced over them, boots crushing bodies into the rubble. Bolt rounds crossed at arm's length. An Imperial soldier fired until his lasgun overheated, then swung the weapon like a club. An iron warrior caught him by the shoulder and rammed his face into the wall. Teeth burst across the stone. A second blow collapsed the skull. The traitor threw the body aside and continued firing. Medici stations behind the gate became strong points because there was nowhere left to carry the wounded. Orderlies fired las pistols over surgical tables. Men undergoing amputation died beneath shell fragments. Blood ran from the operating chambers into the corridors and mixed with dust to form red paste. An Imperial fist appeared through the smoke. His storm bolter killed 2 cultists and struck an iron warrior in the throat. The traitor's head came away inside his helm, trailing cables and pieces of spine. Kral charged. The Imperial fist met him with a power fist. The weapons collided. The impact broke surrounding stone and hurled mortal soldiers from their feet. Drados passed them without turning. His concern was the wall, not the duel occurring within it. Breach Septimus opened moments later. The accumulated charges detonated beneath Ven's command. The outer foundation lifted and split. A section of wall descended into its own support chambers. Iron warriors entered through the fracture, while defenders fired from both sides. Ven lost another legionary before crossing the threshold. He recorded the death, then advanced. At Breach Secundus, a mortal chaos commander named Arvek Maud believed the fortress had begun to fall for him. His horde entered behind Shattercore's armor and reached an exposed arsenal complex. The doors had been broken open by artillery. Shell crates, rifles, fuel cells, and tank ammunition filled the chambers beyond. Maud raised his chain blade. The spoils belong to those who take them. His men flooded into the armories. They tore weapons from racks, fought one another over ammunition, and murdered Imperial prisoners who might have known the storage rights. Several began loading captured shells onto their own transports. A Shatter signal warned them to withdraw. Maud laughed. "We bled for this breach." The transmission reached Drados. The warsmith examined the arsenal's location. Imperial defenders still occupied the upper levels. Maud's horde blocked the prepared firing lanes and threatened to remove ammunition required for the next assault. "Bronn," Drados said. Cade received the coordinates. "Friendly irregulars within target area." "They are not friendly." "Confirmed." Maud saw the first targeting beam pass across the armory wall. His laughter stopped. Shatter artillery opened fire. The shells struck defenders and looters together. The upper bastion collapsed into the arsenal. Ammunition detonated beneath it. Mortal bodies were thrown through doors in pieces. Maud emerged from the fire with half his armor burning and one arm gone. An autocannon burst cut him apart. Cade watched the target disappear. "Armory destroyed." "Recorded," Drados answered. The 9 gates fell within the same hour. Imperial troops withdrew through prepared corridors. Demolition charges brought towers down behind them. Bridges collapsed. Transit tunnels sealed beneath thousands of tons of stone. At Breach Nonus, Loyalists fought until the last command bunker was surrounded, then detonated their own magazines. At Breach Octavus, retreating Imperial armor refused the false pursuit prepared for it, and withdrew in disciplined order. At Primus, Septimus and Tertius, the Shatter established bridgeheads inside the outer defenses. Officers demanded pursuit. Drados denied them all. Widen every breach. Remove unexploded ordnance, map the interior routes, establish ammunition feeds and counterfire positions. "The enemy is retreating," Kral said. "The enemy is withdrawing into prepared ground. We can maintain contact. We will maintain pressure when pressure possesses supply." Beyond the shattered gates, Imperial survivors waited for a charge that did not come. They heard construction engines instead. The Shatter strengthened the breaches. Gun pits appeared within conquered courtyards. Wrecked armor became barricades. Ammunition carriers entered in measured columns. The restraint unsettled the defenders more than frenzy would have done. The central mountain opened. Armored plates kilometers across withdrew into the rock. Stone facades split apart. Hidden shield emitters rose from beneath the citadel. Missile silos opened in tiers. Gun decks appeared one above another, stretching across the mountain's face like the teeth of a buried god. Behind the outer fortress waited the true adamant sepulchre. Its gates were mountains of iron. Its weapon housings were city districts. Power gathered around it until lightning climbed into the black sky. Valgard had sacrificed continents, armies, and billions of lives to preserve this final bastion. Drado stood within the ruins of Breach Primus and looked upon it. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then the warsmith inclined his helm by the smallest degree. "The defenders," he said, "have finally shown us something worth destroying." The fortress cities beneath the adamant sepulchre had been designed to manufacture war and survive its consequences. They had not been designed to remain inhabited while war entered them. The streets ran straight between hab towers, so that defense batteries could fire from one district into the next. Transit lines descended through armored stations, each prepared with demolition wells beneath the rails. Manufactoria formed self-contained strongpoints, their loading bays protected by retractable barricades, and their upper galleries pierced with firing apertures. Even the shrines possessed ammunition lockers behind their altars. Every road became a killing lane. Every window concealed a rifle. Every doorway led into another prepared position. The Shatter entered beneath a ceiling of guns. Iron warriors advanced through boulevards choked with rubble and civilian dead. Heavy bolter fire cut across intersections. Lascannon beams struck Hab walls and threw molten stone into the streets. Buildings burned from foundation to roof, their upper floors collapsing through the chambers below. The fighting abandoned the scale of continents. Victory became a stairwell, a loading dock, a machine hall filled with smoke, a single room that had to be crossed before the next could be reached. Castellan Acastus Vaughan watched the city contract around his warriors. He stood inside a command post beneath Manufactorum District 17, while tactical runes vanished from the hololith. The outer lines were not collapsing at once. They were being bitten away by dozens of small penetrations. An Imperial Fist Sergeant indicated a Hab block surrounded on 3 sides. Third squad can hold another hour. Withdraw them. The structure commands the southern transit approach. It commanded the approach. The enemy has passed beyond it. The sergeant inclined his helm. Understood. Vaughan marked a demolition order. Collapse the western face after extraction. Route the survivors through Maintenance Gallery 9. Another officer looked toward him. The mortal garrison remains inside the lower levels. Can they withdraw? Negative. Then give them the detonation codes. No one protested. Duty did not require survival. It required correct placement. Pointless last stands are vanity, Vaughan said. A warrior who dies in the wrong chamber does not serve the wall. The order moved through the defense network. Minutes later, Third Squad abandoned the Hab block before the Shatter Corps completed its encirclement. The Iron Warriors entered, found empty firing positions, and advanced toward the upper levels. The structure detonated beneath them. Its western face fell across the street, burying traitors, cultists, and the remaining Imperial defenders under 30 stories of ferrocrete. Mobile reserves struck elsewhere. Imperial fists emerged from transit tunnels behind isolated Shatter Corps units, killed them, recovered their gene seed where possible, and disappeared before the greater traitor formations could respond. Assault squads descended into courtyards, shattered command groups, and withdrew under covering fire. Vaughan yielded ground deliberately. Drados took it deliberately. Neither mistook movement for victory. Between them, the inhabitants of Valgard became construction material. Chained columns advanced before Shatter Corps armor. Civilians taken from conquered districts walked beside prisoners from the relief convoy, and wounded soldiers dragged from abandoned medici halls. Iron collars linked them together. Some carried white cloths. Some carried children's ration tins filled with sand because there had been no weapons left to issue them. Overseers drove the columns into mined streets. The first explosions blew men against the surrounding walls. Bodies remained hanging from the chains, forcing those behind to drag them onward. Snipers fired from upper windows. The Shatter Corps recorded the muzzle flashes. A prisoner raised both hands toward a tower. "Do not fire. We are Imperial citizens." A last round entered his mouth and emerged through the back of his neck. The men behind continued dragging him. When anti-vehicle trenches blocked the route, bulldozers pushed the chained columns into them. Survivors tried to climb over the dead, but fresh bodies came down upon them. The dozer blades continued until flesh, bone, and wreckage formed ramps strong enough to bear tanks. Those who survived the crossings were given ammunition crates. They carried shells toward the front until their shoulders tore beneath the weight. No Iron Warrior promised release. The Shatter Corps offered only postponement. Temporary usefulness was the closest thing it possessed to mercy. Colonel Joran Bale held Transit Nexus Ferrum with what remained of the 181st. The Nexus had once moved 7 million workers each day between manufacturing districts. 6 rail lines crossed beneath a vaulted station broad enough to contain a cathedral. Cargo platforms rose above the tracks. Freight lifts descended into ammunition vaults beneath them. Now bodies covered every surface. Dead soldiers had been stacked along the platform edges to reinforce sandbag walls. Wounded men lay between firing positions because the medici chambers were full. Blood ran through drainage channels originally designed to carry machine coolant. Bale stood inside the signal chamber overlooking the western concourse. His regiment had become a collection of survivors from formations whose designations no longer mattered. Miners served beside clerks. Artillerymen fought as infantry. Men who had arrived 4 months earlier without live-fire training now moved with the exhausted competence of veterans. A train waited beneath the platform. Its carriages carried shells for the inner fortress. Another followed behind it, then another. The ammunition could not stop moving. A signal officer handed Bale a slate. Order from Theatre Command. Bale read it. Hold the Nexus for 6 hours. He looked at the tactical display. Shatter vanguard elements were less than 3 kilometers away. Their artillery had already ranged the roof. Demon engines had entered the northern freight district. Confirmation? He asked. Authenticated through 3 relays. They expect the trains clear in 4 hours. Yes, Colonel. And us? The officer said nothing. Bale handed back the slate. The command staff had given them 6 hours because no one expected them to survive too. Transmit acknowledgement. What wording? Bale looked through the armor glass at the platforms layered with dead. Position held until relieved. The officer understood the old lie. He transmitted it. The first cultists entered the western concourse 30 minutes later. They came through smoke in numbers dense enough to fill the street. Stub guns, autoguns, and stolen lastlocks fired toward the station. Most shots struck the walls. A few found firing apertures. Bale waited. Hold. The enemy crossed the first marker. Hold. They reached the abandoned ticket halls. Fire. The Nexus opened. Heavy bolters fired from the upper galleries. Mortars dropped shells into the packed mass. Laser guns discharged from hundreds of windows and platform barricades. The front ranks disintegrated. Men were torn into red fragments and thrown backward through those behind them. Cultists climbed over the dead until the floor became slick. Some reached the station doors and detonated mining charges against the shutters. The blast opened a gap. More entered. Bale committed 1 reserve platoon. No more. The Shatter did not follow its mortals into the killing zone. Decurion Malcor Ven observed from the remains of a civic tower. He watched through helm optics while the cultist waves identified the Nexus weapons. Upper gallery, 9 heavy bolters, reported an Iron Warrior. 11, Ven said. 2 are firing through the same embrasure pattern. Havoc solution prepared. Engage after the 3rd mortal wave. The legionary turned his helm. The first 2 have already exposed the positions. They have not depleted the ammunition. The 3rd wave entered. Imperial heavy weapons fired again. Ven counted the bursts. Havocs opened from neighbouring ruins. Autocannon shells struck the upper galleries. Lascannon beams pierced the reinforced walls and burned through gun crews. Missile warheads entered shattered windows and detonated inside the platforms. The cultists continued advancing beneath the suppression. Demon engines came behind them. A defiler climbed over the station barricade, its limbs punching through wrecked transports. Battle cannon fire shattered the entrance hall. A Mauler fiend struck the anti-vehicle wall repeatedly until the ferrocrete split. Still, the Iron Warriors waited. Ven watched Imperial ammunition teams running between platforms. He watched barrels overheat. He watched wounded men replace dead gunners. Only when the defenders' heavy weapons slowed did he descend. His depleted cohort entered beneath covering fire. They did not charge. They crossed the concourse in pairs, one warrior firing while the other moved. Bolter rounds struck the barricades. Defenders vanished in sprays of blood and armor fragments. The first Iron Warrior reached the western platform. A guardsman thrust a bayonet toward his gorget. The legionary caught the rifle, pulled the man forward, and drove a combat blade through his abdomen. The blade rose beneath the ribs and opened the chest from within. He threw the corpse into the men behind it. Ven advanced toward the signal chamber. The Imperial defenders had wanted a final charge across open ground. He denied it to them. Cultists absorbed the prepared fire. Havocs killed the heavy weapons. Demon engines broke the barricades. Iron warriors entered only when the battle had become mathematically favorable. The Shatter Corps did not fight the battle its enemy desired. It fought the battle remaining after every other possibility had been removed. Bale saw Ven through the shattered armor glass. The traitor approached beneath the station clock, iron plates striped with black and yellow. Bolter held steady before him. Behind the Iron Warrior, the concourse filled with smoke and bodies. "Last train?" Bale asked. The signal officer checked the transit runes. "Departing now. Seal the eastern tunnel after it clears. The demolition will collapse the signal chamber." "Yes." The officer looked at Bale. The colonel drew his pistol. "Go." The surviving staff descended toward the maintenance exit. Bale remained. He opened the chamber door as Ven reached the upper platform. Bolter fire struck the wall beside him. Bale fired twice. Last bolts scarred the Iron Warrior's breastplate without penetrating. Ven entered the chamber. He had to turn sideways beneath the damaged doorway. His armor scraped the frame. Bale stood beside the command console, one hand hidden beneath it. The two looked at one another across the ruined room. Bale's uniform had gone black with soot and blood. One sleeve hung empty below the elbow. He did not remember losing the hand. The wound had been sealed with a field cauterizer somewhere between the platforms. "You could have taken the city months ago," he said. Ven's bolter remained aimed at his chest. "At greater expenditure. You have spent millions." "Yes." Bale glanced toward the concourse. Bodies filled it from wall to wall. "Do you believe an empire can be built from this?" "We are not building one." "Then what remains when you are finished?" Ven stepped closer. "The truth." Bale laughed. Blood ran from his mouth. "What truth?" "That your Imperium does not possess an empire. It possesses distances, walls, and men ordered to die between them." The last ammunition train entered the eastern tunnel. A green rune appeared upon the command console. Bale closed his hidden hand around the detonator. "You came a long way to explain nothing." Ven's helm tilted. Then he saw the demolition circuit. Bale pressed the trigger. The signal chamber disappeared. Charges beneath the eastern supports detonated first. The floor rose and split. The roof collapsed through the platforms. Rail lines twisted upward like burning wire. Ven was hurled through the chamber wall. Stone and iron buried him. The tunnel collapsed behind the final train, sealing the ammunition route and crushing hundreds of Shatter Corps troops inside the station. Colonel Joran Bale died beneath the command console. The explosion pulped his body against the Foundation wall and scattered what remained through the transit machinery he had defended. Ven emerged from the rubble 9 minutes later. His left pauldron was gone. One leg actuator had failed. 3 legionaries dug him free while the Nexus burned around them. He looked toward the remains of the signal chamber. Archive the mortal commander's identification. Purpose? Asked one of his warriors. He selected the correct death. Across the city, Gracix entered the Manufactorum Noosphere. He did not attack its outer protections with brute force. He introduced fragments, a false maintenance rite, a corrupted calibration sequence, a Binharic prayer altered by one syllable. The machine network accepted each intrusion as familiar. Then the Manufactoria began changing. Shell presses stamped casings with demonic script. Autoloaders placed malformed rounds into Imperial ammunition crates. Some shells contained no explosive, only wet masses that moved when touched. Others whispered through sealed metal. Servitors turned against their handlers. A riveter seized an overseer and drove iron bolts through his chest until the man was fixed to the factory wall. Cargo cranes descended into worker lines, closed around struggling bodies, and carried them toward the smelters. The furnaces opened. Men fell into molten metal. Their screams passed into the noosphere and emerged through factory sirens as bursts of corrupted machine cant. Assembly lines continued production. Weapons became organisms. Organisms became components. The industrial heart of Valgard no longer served its defenders. It digested them. Drados captured Defense Laser Tower 18 before sunset. The tower had been constructed to fire into orbit. Its weapon could not ordinarily depress far enough to strike the city. Gracix altered that. Hydraulic locks broke. The focusing assembly rotated downward. Support columns cracked beneath stresses they had never been built to endure. An Iron Warrior officer examined the targeting projection. The neighboring district contains no significant defensive concentration. It obstructs line of sight, Drados said. Civilian population remains above 8 million. Then the obstruction contains 8 million components. The defense laser fired horizontally. Daylight became white. The beam crossed the neighboring districts at street level. Hab towers opened from side to side. Armor columns vanished before their crews understood they had been targeted. Shelters beneath the roads became furnaces as the energy penetrated into subterranean levels. Millions died in seconds. Some became vapor. Others survived the initial beam, only to be crushed beneath falling cities. Firestorms moved through the opened streets, consuming oxygen and drawing men from bunkers into walls of flame. When the glare faded, a clear corridor stretched toward the inner mountain. That had been the objective. Siege Captain Vortan Kral advanced through it. Imperial fists struck his column from the ruins. Vaughn came with them. The Loyalists fired from both flanks, isolating the command cohort before the following Shatter Corps units could react. Kral turned toward the yellow-armored Castellan. They met amid burning vehicles. Kral swung his chain axe. Vaughn caught the weapon upon his power fist. The chain teeth tore sparks from the gauntlet. Vaughn stepped inside the arc and struck Kral beneath the breastplate. The first blow cracked the abdominal armor. Kral drove his helm into Vaughn's faceplate and fired his combi bolter at point-blank range. Rounds detonated against the Imperial fist's shoulder and chest. Vaughn did not fall. His second blow entered through the broken plate. The power fist crushed Kral's lower torso. Organs and armor burst from his back. The siege captain remained standing long enough to raise the chain axe again. Vaughn seized his wrist. He broke the arm. Then he drove the Iron Warrior to the ground and crushed his helm beneath one boot. For several minutes, Imperial Vox channels carried the report. A traitor captain dead. A victory. Drados received the same information while examining the captured logistical archives. Kral is terminated, said Ven. His cohort. Functional. Assign it to yourself. No mourning followed. No vengeance was declared. The operation continued. The archives opened beneath Graysix's intrusion. Valgard's true value spread across the hololithic chamber. Fortress worlds, fleet depots, ammunition reserves, astropathic relays, convoy schedules, defense doctrines, emergency reinforcement routes extending through multiple subsectors. Destroying the archive would have blinded the Imperium for a time. Stealing it offered more. Drados touched one world, then another. Each became red. Valgard had not merely guarded an approach, it had kept a list of every fortress that depended upon it. The Shatter Corps now possessed that list. Beyond the archive vault, the city burned beneath the guns. Drados studied the chain of bastions awaiting reduction. Valgard had shown him how the surrounding Imperium was held together. It had also shown him where to strike until nothing remained connected. The gates of the adamant sepulchre began closing, while millions were still running toward them. They moved without haste. Each door was a mountain of layered adamantine, ferrocrete, and void-hardened plate, drawn across the fortress approaches by engines buried so deep beneath the central massif that their labour reached the surface only as a grinding vibration. Aquilus carved into the gate faces disappeared behind smoke. Defensive towers withdrew into armoured housings. Transit bridges retracted over killing trenches, already overflowing with the dead. The surviving Imperial armies came through first. Tanks entered in broken columns, their tracks coated with human remains. Infantry followed wherever the machines left space. Men carried wounded comrades until the press became too dense, then abandoned them beneath the feet of those behind. Officers fired pistols into the air and shouted for order. No one heard them above the klaxons, engines, and artillery. The gates continued closing. Lord General Hellion Rourke watched from the command gallery above the central approach. "How many remain outside?" he asked. A staff officer studied the casualty slate. Current estimate exceeds 6 million combatants. Civilian numbers cannot be verified. Can the gate cycle be delayed? The outer courtyards are no longer defensible. That was not my question. The officer swallowed. Delay would expose the interior transit spine to direct fire. Rourke looked down. Beyond the narrowing gap, men saw the doors moving and understood. The retreat became a stampede. Soldiers threw away rifles, packs, and wounded comrades. Labourers climbed over armoured vehicles. Whole formations collapsed beneath the weight of those behind. Men were trampled until their bodies ceased resembling men and became soft obstacles pressed into the ground. Hands reached through the diminishing space. Some struck the closing doors with rifle stocks. Others clawed at the metal until their fingernails tore away. "Open them! For the Emperor! Open them! My regiment is still outside." The doors did not answer. An officer upon the inner threshold ordered his men to hold the passage clear. When refugees forced their way past the barricades, the defenders opened fire. Last bolts cut into the crowd. Bodies fell against the narrowing entrance. Others climbed across them and died in turn. Blood ran beneath the gate in widening streams. Castellan Acastas Vaughan stood beside Rourke. "The doors must close." The Lord General stared at the men dying below. They served. They continue to serve. Outside, Shatter Corps artillery reached the courtyards. The first shells landed among the abandoned armies. Men vanished beneath fire and fragments. A Lehman Russ was lifted upon its side and came down across hundreds. Its tracks continued turning. grinding bodies against the stones. The adamant sepulchre sealed itself. The final men caught between the doors disappeared as the plates met. Armor, bone and flesh compressed into a red seam. Beyond the walls, millions remained alive. They beat upon the fortress until the guns killed them. Warsmith Madryden Drados watched the closure through the optics of a captured observation tower. The mountain had swallowed its defenders. Its outer districts burned. Defense laser Tower 18 continued glowing around its ruined focusing chambers. The city beneath the guns had become a continent of smoke, and within that smoke, the Shatter Core assembled for the final reduction. Warpsmith Graysix stood beside the Warsmith, his form haloed by mechatendrils. "The machine spirit is wounded," Graysix said. "Its command architecture is coherent. Its reactor systems remain powerful. Its void shield lattice exceeds projected capacity. State your proposal. Preservation." Drados turned his helm. Graysix projected a noospheric image above one clawed hand. The adamant sepulchre appeared transformed. Weapon decks had become limbs. Transit shafts became arteries. Its reactors burned like chained hearts beneath the mountain. The entire fortress moved in the projection, tearing itself from the world as a thing of iron, stone, and demonic hunger. "The Bastion can be awakened," Graysix said. "Its machine spirit can be broken, divided and rebound around an entity of sufficient magnitude. Valgard would cease to be a fortress. It would become predation given planetary scale. You wish to inherit it. I wish to improve it. The Shatter Core was not built to collect walls. Then do not call it a wall." Drados stepped through the projection. The image distorted around his armor. "We destroy fortresses. We can destroy other fortresses with this one. We may exploit its guns. We may take its archives. We may strip its engines and feed upon its armor, but the monument itself will cease to exist." Graysix's mechadendrites tightened. To discard such machinery is inefficiency. To preserve it is surrender. The Warpsmith's furnace vents opened with a low hiss. Drados looked toward the mountain. "An intact fortress remains an argument. I will not leave its stones capable of repeating the lie that created them." Graysix said nothing more. The logistical archives continued copying while the armies prepared. Data passed from Valgard's captured cogitators into the memory vaults of the unbroken calculation. Ammunition timetables appeared beside void shield modulation patterns. Reinforcement schedules exposed the distances between fleet anchorages. Construction doctrines revealed which bastions had been built by the same Mechanicus sects and therefore shared structural habits. Emergency protocols showed how neighboring systems would react to invasion, which worlds would send men, which would hoard fuel, which astropathic relays would carry warnings, which fortresses would weaken themselves to reinforce others. Drados marked them in sequence. Valgard was no longer a single siege. It was a map of future sieges. The attack upon the sepulchre began beneath the dead. Graysix seized control of the fortress coolant network and reversed the central pumps. Rivers of radioactive fluid and industrial sewage were drawn from maintenance culverts beneath the mountain. The outflow carried bodies with it. Corpses clogged filtration grills. Slaves were sent ahead with hooks and chain cutters. They dragged swollen dead from the tunnels until the passageways ran dry enough for armored warriors. Some maintenance shafts were too narrow for Astartes. Mortals entered first. They crawled on hands and knees through pipes coated with fecal sludge, machine oil, and liquefied remains. Each carried a length of red chalk and a bag of iron markers. When one found a mine, he marked its position. Those without chalk used blood. A slave reached a junction and saw the pressure plate too late. The explosion opened him from groin to sternum. The man behind pushed the body aside, dipped his fingers into the exposed cavity, and drew a warning rune upon the wall. Iron Warriors Terminators followed. Their armor scraped both sides of the culverts. Obliterators moved among them, bodies swollen around weapon growths that shifted beneath distended flesh. Muzzles emerged from forearms. Ammunition belts grew through muscle. One warrior's shoulder split open to reveal a cannon barrel surrounded by teeth. They advanced through the corpse-choked dark while the fortress prayed above them. Confessor Merrick Hal gathered the final congregation in the Basilica of the Unconquered Gate. Tens of thousands stood beneath statues of martyrs and battle saints. Soldiers filled the nave, transepts, and upper galleries. Many had not slept in days. Bandages covered chemical burns. Radiation lesions darkened their skin. Several held rifles without charge packs because appearing armed mattered more than possessing ammunition. A line of condemned men knelt before the altar. Defeatists, deserters, soldiers who had refused orders, abandoned posts or spoken aloud the possibility that the fortress might fall. Hal walked behind them carrying a bolt pistol. "Suffering is not abandonment," he proclaimed. His amplified voice rolled through the basilica. "It is attention." He fired into the first condemned man's skull. The bolt entered above the ear and detonated. Blood and fragments of bone sprayed across the altar steps. The Emperor does not ignore Valgard. Another shot. A head burst apart beneath the saintly statues. He watches us. Another. He weighs us. Another. He finds the faithful through pain. The congregation answered weakly at first. "The Emperor protects." Hal shot another prisoner. "Louder." "The Emperor protects." The executions continued until the condemned became a line of headless bodies leaking blood across the floor. Lord General Rourke watched from the command balcony. He despised Hal's certainty. He permitted the killings. Ammunition was running low. Food was rationed. Reinforcement was impossible. Fear remained abundant, and Hal knew how to shape it. The congregation roared the Emperor's name while the Shatter teleport strike entered the shield control levels. Vaughn had expected them. Teleport flares erupted inside a prepared kill chamber. Iron Warriors Terminators materialized between overlapping heavy weapons. The instant their forms became solid, Lascannons fired. Multi-melters turned the chamber white. One traitor disappeared inside the light. Armor and flesh reduced to burning vapor. The survivors answered. Combi bolters tore apart the first gun crews. Obliterators shifted their arms into plasma weapons and fired through the defensive shutters. Men died where they stood, torsos exploding into steam and scorched bone. "Contain the western egress," Vaughn ordered. "Confirmed." "Second squad, generate a chapel." "Advancing." The Imperial fists yielded the first chamber, only the first. They withdrew through a narrow passage and sealed blast doors behind them. Shatter melter charges opened the doors. The Loyalists waited beyond with storm bolters already aimed. The corridor became a grinder. Bolt shells struck Terminator plate at ranges measured in steps. Imperial fists fell backward, armor opening beneath repeated detonations. Iron Warriors advanced through the impacts. A traitor seized a Loyalist by the gorget and drove a chain fist through his chest. The weapon emerged from the Imperial fist's back, carrying pieces of his secondary heart. He fired his stormbolter until death locked his fingers. The rounds shattered the traitor's helm. Both fell together. The battle moved through generator halls, armories, and command stations. Chapels became barricades. Reliquaries became cover. Sacred statuary collapsed beneath weapons' fire and crushed wounded men beneath stone saints. The Imperial fists gave meters only when ordered. Every withdrawal ended with demolition. Every sealed door concealed another firing line. Lethor Sen guided Gracix through the fortress. He no longer knew where his own body ended. The devourer of redoubts crawled beyond the outer wall, and Lethor felt each movement through the compliance engine buried in his skull. Its tracks were his legs. Its guns were his hands. Thousands of captive nerves screamed within his spine. Gracix used him as a key. "Open coolant junction 4, the warpsmith ordered. Lethor saw the system. He also saw the warning circuit leading toward the Imperial command network. He attempted to trigger it. The compliance device detected intent before movement. Pain seized him. His body arched inside the restraint cradle. Muscles contracted hard enough to tear. He bit through his tongue. Blood filled his mouth while the machine forced the correct signal from his nervous system. The junction opened. Gracix advanced. Lethor tried again at the next relay. The seizure lasted longer. When it ended, he could no longer move his left hand. His knowledge remained intact. Control became a memory. Decurion Malcor Ven reached the primary shield reactors through a maintenance gallery flooded with dead defenders. The chamber beyond contained 6 generator cores arranged around a central command dais. Each reactor fed power into the fortress's final shield discharge system. Auspex data spread across Ven's display. He understood immediately. Shutting down the reactors would collapse the Sepulchre's shields. It would also trigger the stored discharge. Every Shatter core formation outside the mountain would stand beneath the released energy. He opened a channel. Warsmith, shield collapse will expose surface forces to terminal discharge. Proceed. Projected losses include all units within the central approach. Proceed. Ven looked at the Iron Warriors beside him. They had heard. No warrior asked for extraction. Ven marked the reactor controls. Bronn, hold the approaches. Cade's Havocs occupied the passage behind them. The corridor was already layered with corpses. Imperial fists attacked through the smoke. Cade described them as targets. 2 at Eastern Bend, 1 wounded. Fire low. Autocannons opened. The first loyalist lost a leg beneath the knee. He fell and continued firing from the ground. A missile struck his breastplate and scattered pieces of yellow armor across the walls. More came behind him. The Havocs killed them. The Imperial fists attacked again and again. Bodies accumulated until the loyalists climbed over their own dead. Cade lost 1 gunner, then another. A power fist crushed an Iron Warrior against the wall. Stormbolter fire opened Cade's abdomen and sprayed the floor with black blood. He remained fused to his weapon harness. "Range correction," he transmitted. Behind the reactor approaches, a Shatter core battery adjusted. Imperial fists breached the final barricade. Cade's last Havoc fell beneath 3 loyalists. The champion fired until his weapon jammed with fragments of armor and flesh. A power fist struck him from the side. His body vanished beneath the advancing warriors. His final transmission contained no curse, no invocation, no farewell. Decrease elevation by 2 degrees. The battery fired. Shells entered the approach and buried loyalist and traitor together. Ven reached the controls. He placed melter charges upon the primary regulators. Detonate. The reactors breached. Valgard's shields failed. Energy discharged across the mountain. Outside, Shatter core formations burned beneath artificial lightning. Vehicles died. Men became ash inside their armor. The Devourer screamed as current passed through its captive nervous system. Then the fortress screamed with it. The billions dead across Valgard had left impressions in machine, stone, and warp. Demons bound inside artillery pieces answered the failing sepulchre. The captive entity within the Devourer pulled against its chains. Graysix's corruption spread through the wounded noosphere and reached the ancient machine spirit at the fortress core. The forces resonated. Reality split. A fracture opened through the heart of the adamant sepulchre. It was not darkness. Darkness belonged to the material universe. This was absence filled with hunger. Something moved beyond the wound, too vast to possess a single shape. Limbs pressed against the membrane of reality. Faces appeared in the metal walls, stretching from within. Generator housings opened like mouths and began speaking in voices taken from the dead. Graysix stopped. For the first time, the Warpsmith's calculations offered no stable result. Through Lether's stolen senses, he felt something looking back. The fortress had been opened. Something else had found the breach, and it had begun to enter. The adamant sepulchre ceased to obey the dimensions of the mountain. Corridors lengthened while men walked through them. A passage that had once joined two shield stations across 100 meters stretched into a black procession of doors and repeating arches. Soldiers ran until their lungs bled, only to pass the same shattered shrine for the fourth time and find their own footprints waiting in the dust ahead. Doors opened into chambers that could not exist. One revealed a manufactorum broad enough to contain a city, its assembly lines descending into red darkness. Another opened upon the void, though kilometers of rock still surrounded it. Stars burned beyond the threshold. Dead men floated outside without helmets, their frozen faces turning toward the warmth of the corridor. The doors closed whenever anyone approached. Walls breathed. Iron plates expanded and contracted like diseased lungs. Cables pushed through mortar seams, searching with wet copper tips. They found the dead first. Fallen guardsmen rose with their limbs bent in the wrong directions. Wires emerged from their eye sockets and mouths. Gun cables entered through opened wounds, tightening around spinal columns and drawing bodies upright like marionettes. Some retained enough memory to scream apologies while their rifles fired upon former comrades. Others spoke with the fortress's voice. "Remain at your posts." The phrase echoed through command stations already lost to the warp. "Remain at your posts." A headless officer dragged himself across a generator chapel, fingers fused around an empty pistol. Black cables had grown through his neck. Each movement sprayed blood from the severed arteries. "Remain at your posts." Imperial and traitor formations vanished from their commanders' displays. Vox traffic returned as fragments. Orders arrived before they were issued. Dead officers answered call signs. Men heard their own voices begging for help from passages they had never entered. A Shatter Corps squad attempted to withdraw from a maintenance gallery and found the door opening back into the same chamber. They tried again. The threshold returned them beneath the weapons of Imperial defenders killed hours before. The dead opened fire. At the center of the distortion, Warsmith Madridan Drados stood before a tactical projection that could no longer agree with itself. The hololith showed the inner fortress divided into overlapping geometries. Chambers occupied several locations at once. Transit lines crossed without intersecting. The Foundation controls appeared beneath the command bastion, then beyond the reactor vaults, then suspended in empty space outside the mountain. Siege Captain Vortan Kral was dead. Havoc Champion. Broncade was dead. Several assault cohorts no longer answered. The Devourer of Redoubts had lost command cohesion. A mortal signal adept crawled from beneath a console, blood streaming from his ears. Warsmith, the inner roots are no longer stable. Surface formations request withdrawal to the breached districts. Denied. The manifestation is expanding. Recorded. It will consume the fortress. Drados turned his helm toward him. The fortress is ours to destroy. The mortal stared up at the iron mask. Drados opened a command channel. Graysix. The warpsmith answered through a storm of Binharic shrieks. The entity is distributed through the command architecture. It has entered shield control, reactor regulation, defense targeting, and atmospheric cycling. Contain it. The machine spirit no longer distinguishes between itself and the intruder. Then teach it distinction. Metal groaned throughout the chamber. A face pressed outward from the bulkhead behind Drados. Its features resembled no single species. Eyes opened beneath its skin, each one filled with a different fire. "Leave," it said through the wall. Drados drew his hammer and struck the face. The bulkhead folded inward. Black fluid and sparks burst from the wound. "No god," the warsmith said, "and no demon will claim this fortress before we break it." He looked toward the surviving officers. "Maintain the reduction schedule." There was no cheer. The Shatter core resumed its work. Graysix entered the noosphere through flesh and metal. His mechatendrils penetrated cogitator housings, command consoles, and living captives wired into the fortress network. One spike entered through the crown of an Imperial engine seer's skull. Another pierced the spine of a dark mechanicum adept. Their nervous systems became temporary conductors, burning as the warpsmith forced contradictory streams of data through them. The engine seer screamed a prayer to the Omnissiah. Graysix increased voltage until the prayer became machine code. Pressure values flooded his perception. Reactor temperatures appeared beside demonic syllables. Doors reported hunger. Ammunition lifts requested blood. The atmospheric processors attempted to inhale the souls of men sheltering inside their ventilation ducts. The entity spoke through the noosphere. It offered him knowledge. It showed him engines walking between stars. It showed him forge worlds turned into organisms. It showed him an eternity in which every machine screamed his name. Graysix responded with a restraint protocol. True names entered the network as encrypted weapons. He drove each syllable into a separate system, binding fragments of the intruder inside coolant pumps, transit locks, and targeting relays. The demon tore free of the first names and ruptured the captives carrying them. The engine seer's back arched. His ribcage opened without a blade touching it. Graysix replaced the dead conductor with another. He sealed ventilation shafts to prevent the entity spreading through pressure changes. He flooded infected cogitators with current. He isolated reactor systems by destroying the machinery connecting them. It was exorcism performed as engineering. Every prayer became a command string. Every ward became voltage. Every sacred name became a tool for forcing something infinite into a mechanism small enough to break. The fortress screamed around him. Graysix screamed back in Binharic. Castellan Acastus Vaughn heard the distortion spreading through the walls and recognized opportunity within catastrophe. The Shatter core had lost cohesion. So had the defenders. The difference would be discipline. He gathered the surviving Imperial fists in the Hall of Judgment beneath the final command bastion. Fewer answered than he had expected. Their yellow armor was blackened, cracked, and stained with the blood of loyalists and traitors alike. Behind them assembled what remained of Valgard. Astra Militarum soldiers from broken regiments. Skitari with scorched optics and weapons operating beyond sanctioned tolerances. Combat servitors whose organic components had begun to rot. Fortress labourers wearing flak plates over work clothes, armsmen from destroyed void stations, clerks, loaders and engineers holding rifles taken from men dead beside them. Lord General Helion Rourke stood among the mortals. His greatcoat had been cut away beneath the shoulder. The augmetic arm remained functional. His human hand shook. Vaughn addressed them without amplification. "The enemy command lies beyond the central procession." A guardsman laughed bitterly. "The central procession no longer leads there." "It will when we force it to." No one laughed again. Vaughn opened the final tactical projection. "We advance in one column. Skitarii will identify corrupted systems. Servitors will clear obstructions. Mortal infantry will secure each chamber until ordered to withdraw. Imperial fists will break whatever attempts to stop the column." Rourke looked at the shifting routes. "And if the fortress changes around us, we continue. If the dead rise, we kill them again. If the mountain opens into the warp," Vaughn sealed his helm, "we cross it." The column moved. They fought Shattercore warriors in prayer halls where gravity shifted with every gunshot. They fought cables that emerged from walls and pulled men into machinery. They fought their own dead. A guardsman saw his former sergeant approaching with half his face missing and lowered his rifle. The corpse embraced him. Cables burst through the dead man's chest and entered the soldier's throat. Both bodies convulsed until a Skitarii ranger burned them apart with galvanic fire. The column did not stop. Skitarii marked infected junctions in bursts of Binharik. Servitors advanced through minefields until explosions reduced them to crawling torsos. Imperial fists broke Shattercore strongpoints with storm bolter fire and power fists, yielding no ground they had not already used. Vaughn directed them toward Drados. Elsewhere, Decurion Malcor Ven reached the exposed Foundation controls. The chamber had grown since the plans were copied. Its ceiling vanished into darkness. Control pistons rose like columns around a central mechanism built to regulate the mountain's load. Demonic limbs grew from the machinery. Jointed arms formed from cables, iron, and dead men's bones. One reached for Ven. He shattered it with his power maul. Black fluid sprayed across his armor and whispered through his vox grill. Escape remains possible. Ven ignored it. 3 iron warriors remained with him. The rest had died in passages that closed around them or beneath weapons fired by corpses wearing Imperial uniforms. Their orders remained unchanged. Break the foundations. The charges had to be placed manually because the targeting network could no longer identify the controls reliably. Ven climbed among the pistons and fastened explosive housings to the exposed braces. A demon face opened in the metal beside his hand. "Your warsmith has spent you. Yes, you could live. Temporarily." The face smiled. "Is that not enough?" Ven drove a charge through its mouth and armed it. The machine screamed. This was not redemption. There was no righteousness in completing the siege. No hidden loyalty to those dying around him. No final realization that the Shattercore had become monstrous. Ven had known what they were. He had helped make them so. The structure had been assigned for destruction. Therefore, it would break. Survival could not outweigh function without turning every previous sacrifice into waste. He moved to the next support. In the outer courtyard, the Devourer of Redoubts entered the fortress. Its tracks crushed bunkers into the stone. Defense lasers fired at ranges for which they had never been designed. The first beam tore open the engine's forward armor and exposed the human mass within. Thousands of prisoners had been fused into the command core. Their bodies hung in layers around the bound demon, skin threaded with cables, spines joined to gun controls and reactor lines. Many were still alive. When the armor opened, their combined scream rolled across the courtyard. The Devourer continued. Its furnace mouths consumed the defenders it killed. Guardsmen vanished between intake rollers. Bodies became fuel, nervous tissue and fresh repair material. Molten armor spread across the engine's wounds, carrying teeth and fragments of bone within the metal. The second defense laser struck its main gun. The volcano cannon housing split. The Devourer staggered and fired anyway. The blast passed through a fortress tower and opened it from foundation to roof. Men and stone poured into the courtyard. Vaughn's column reached the battlements overlooking the engine. He saw the exposed command core. All armor elements target the forward wound. Surviving Lehman Russ tanks emerged from maintenance bays beneath the walls. Their battle cannons fired together. Shells struck exposed tissue and restraint machinery. Prisoners burst apart inside the engine. Their blood fell like rain from the wound. "First squad," Vaughn ordered. "Main gun housing." Imperial fists descended onto the Devourer. They crossed the engine's upper plate, while gun towers fired around them. One warrior disappeared beneath an autocannon burst. Another reached the damaged volcano cannon and planted melter charges beneath the mounting. Charges set. Withdraw. The squad jumped from the hull. The melter charges detonated. The main gun collapsed into the engine's body. Plasma conduits ruptured. Fire erupted through the command core. The Devourer reared as though trying to climb the air, then crashed onto one side. Its tracks continued turning. Its prisoners continued screaming. Graysix felt the engine dying through Lethor Sen. The engineer's consciousness had become indistinguishable from the Devourer's sensory network. He experienced every ruptured conduit, every crushed captive, and every shell entering the machine's flesh. Lethor tried to welcome death. The compliance device denied him even that choice. Graysix severed the demon core from the ruined engine. Cables tore through thousands of linked bodies. Prisoners split open as their nervous systems were ripped from the containment lattice. The bound entity emerged as a burning knot of machinery, muscle and screaming faces. The warpsmith dragged it into the fortress noosphere. The Devourer died. Its demon did not. The new power entered the struggle within the mountain. Every door slammed shut. Every lumen went red. Drados reached the final command bastion as Vaughn's column broke into the adjoining hall. The two warriors saw one another across a chamber filled with smoke, dead soldiers and shattered statues. Imperial fists formed around their castellan. Iron warriors gathered around the warsmith. Mortal defenders filled the spaces behind the loyalists, rifles raised with shaking hands. Vaughn stepped forward. "You have spent an army to reach this wall." Drados rested his hammer against one pauldron. "I spent an army to measure it." "And what did you learn?" "That it failed." Vaughn looked toward the fortress walls groaning around them. They held long enough. For what? For duty to act. Drados glanced at the bodies covering the command hall. Walls do not preserve duty. They determine where the corpses accumulate. They preserve time. Time for more men to arrive and die. Time for the Imperium to answer. The Imperium answered. I broke its fleet. Vaughn raised his stormbolter. And still we stand. Drados's servo claw opened above his shoulder. For another minute, he turned his helm toward the mortal defenders. One offer. The hall went silent except for the grinding of the fortress. Lay down your weapons. Those with useful skill will serve in the siege trains. Those with physical strength will labor until their bodies fail. Those unsuited to work will be reduced for fuel, nutrient stock, or biological material. Injuries will be corrected only where repair costs less than replacement. A wounded guardsman spat blood onto the floor. Drados continued, "Those who resist will die here." There was no deception in the offer, no promise of mercy. Rourke stood among the defenders. He looked across the exhausted soldiers who had survived the walls, the city, and the dying mountain. A handful lowered their weapons. Imperial fists did not move to stop them. The surrendering men crossed the hall toward the Shatter core. Iron warriors seized them, broke their trigger fingers, and chained them together for later classification. Most remained in place. Rourke raised his pistol. "The Emperor protects." The answer came from hundreds of ruined throats. "The Emperor protects." Vaughn lifted his weapon. "Advance!" The Imperial fists charged. Storm bolters and heavy weapons fired together. The command hall became a storm of fragments, muzzle flare and detonating bodies. Statues burst apart. Armor opened. Mortals vanished beneath the crossfire. Drados advanced to meet Vaughn. Far below them, Ven armed the final foundation charge. The countdown began. Within the screaming fortress, Graysix tightened his chains around the thing, attempting to enter reality. And the last wall waited to discover which monster would break it first. The final command bastion came apart around them. Storm bolter fire chewed through pillars carved with the names of 10,000 dead regiments. Heavy weapons struck the vaulted ceiling, sending slabs of stone down among loyalist and traitor alike. The floor shifted beneath the strain of the wounded mountain, opening cracks that breathed furnace heat and whispered in voices stolen from the warp. Castellan Acastus Vaughn fought as though the collapsing chamber had been built for him. Perhaps, in a manner, it had. He yielded the central hall and took position between two fractured pillars where only 3 warriors could approach abreast. Imperial fists fired past him from the upper galleries. Mortal defenders occupied the broken alcoves, creating overlapping fields of lass fire across every route toward the command dais. Drados advanced into the geometry Vaughn had chosen. The first Iron Warrior beside him took a stormbolter burst through the throat. His helm disappeared in a detonation of ceramite, bone, and black blood. The corpse fell backward into the warriors behind him. A second reached the pillars. Vaughn struck him once. The power fist entered through the Iron Warrior's breastplate and crushed both hearts. When Vaughn withdrew his gauntlet, fragments of rib and armor remained clamped between his fingers. "Left approach sealed," an Imperial fist reported. "Maintain fire," Vaughn answered. Drados watched. He saw the narrow lane between the pillars. He saw the mortal firing positions above it. He saw the Imperial fists holding the transverse passage beyond. Every angle supported another. Every meter of ground existed to feed attackers into prepared fire. Vaughn was the superior defender. Drados had never needed to be. "Cohort 9, he transmitted. "Advance through the eastern approach." The surviving warriors obeyed. They crossed the hall under concentrated fire. Stormbolter rounds burst against their plate. Lascannons fired from the galleries. One Iron Warrior was severed at the waist, his upper body continuing forward upon its elbows until a second burst opened his skull. Another lost an arm and continued firing one-handed. They were not expected to reach Vaughn. They were expected to draw his weapons. The mortal defenders shifted their fire eastward. Drados marked each muzzle flash. "Support brace 7, he ordered. A melter team fired into the base of the eastern pillar. Stone glowed. Vaughn understood a heartbeat before the detonation. "Displace." The brace failed. The upper gallery collapsed upon the Imperial positions. Guardsmen disappeared beneath masonry. An Imperial fist was pinned from the waist down. He continued firing until an Iron Warrior put a bolt through his visor. Vaughn withdrew to the second prepared line, Drados allowed him. The warsmith's servo claw opened and closed above his shoulder as he tracked the Castellan's movement. Vaughn used the broken command consoles as cover. He placed his remaining warriors where the narrowed hall prevented massed assault. Again, the defense was correct. Again, Drados attacked something else. He fired demolition charges into the floor behind the Imperial fists. The stone ruptured. A trench opened across the command bastion, cutting Vaughn's formation in two. 3 loyalists fell into the darkness beneath. Their armor struck the exposed machinery below, and demonic cables surged over them like carrion worms. 1 Imperial fist disappeared beneath the mass. The other 2 fired downward until their weapons fell, silent. Drados sent his surviving escorts across the trench. Vaughn killed them. 1 fell beneath a power fist that crushed his chest into the backpack unit. Another lost his head to a stormbolter burst. The last reached striking distance and seized Vaughn's weapon arm before the Castellan drove a combat blade through the lower rim of his helm. The Iron Warrior sagged against him. Drados fired the explosive bolts fixed inside the warrior's armor. The corpse detonated in Vaughn's grasp. The blast threw the Castellan across the hall. His stormbolter vanished beneath the rubble. Warning runes flashed across his damaged plate. Drados crossed the trench. Vaughn rose before he reached him. They met beneath the falling ceiling. The Castellan struck first. His power fist hit Drados's pauldron and tore the armor away, exposing cables and blackened flesh. Drados answered with his hammer. Vaughn turned the blow upon his forearm guard. The impact shattered both armor and the pillar beside him. Stone fell between them. Vaughn used it as cover. Drados had expected that. The pillar's collapse forced the Castellan toward the western edge of the command dais, away from the remaining firing positions, and into the only corridor left intact. A corridor Drados had selected several minutes earlier. Vaughn saw the warsmith's intent. He advanced rather than retreat. His fist struck Drados in the chest. Armor buckled. One of the warsmith's secondary hearts faltered beneath the impact. Drados locked his servo claw around Vaughn's wrist. The loyalist pulled against it. Hydraulics screamed. Drados detonated the final support charge. The floor beneath Vaughn collapsed. He fell to one knee as the command dais broke around him. His trapped arm remained caught in the servo claw. Drados brought the hammer down upon the Castellan's shoulder. The first blow shattered the pauldron. The second broke the arm beneath it. Vaughn did not cry out. He drove his helm into Drados's faceplate and forced himself upright upon one knee. "You break stone," he said. "You have broken nothing else." Drados raised the hammer. "Stone was all you trusted." The blow struck Vaughn's breastplate. The Aquila split. The next impact caved the armor inward and crushed the organs beneath. Blood filled the Castellan's mouth. It ran through his helm grill in dark streams. He remained upright. "Dawn endures," Vaughn said. Drados hit him again. The Castellan fell. He did not beg. He did not reach for a weapon beyond his grasp. He looked up at the warsmith through lenses cracked but still burning. Drados stood over him while the command bastion collapsed. "You defended with competence," he said. It was the only acknowledgement he offered. He tore the helm from Vaughn's head. The Castellan's face was grey beneath the blood. One eye remained open. His final breath left him without prayer or plea. Drados transmitted the name to the campaign archive. Acastus Vaughn, Imperial Fists, Castellan, confirmed terminated. He left the body where it had fallen. Stone descended. The strongest defender of Valgard disappeared beneath the ruin and became another verified casualty. The remaining Imperial Fists died in fragments across the fortress. One squad held the Hall of Judgment, until Shatter artillery fired through 3 interior walls and buried the chamber beneath molten rubble. Another defended the primary armory. The Iron Warriors sealed every exit and released demon engines into the ventilation galleries. The Loyalists fought until the machines dragged them from their firing positions and broke them apart beneath clawed limbs. No Imperial fist surrendered. The Shatter did not reward their resolve with equal combat. There were no honor duels, no measured exchanges between champions. Where a Loyalist position could be destroyed by gunfire, the guns were used. Where a bulkhead could be collapsed, it was brought down upon the defenders. Where a demon engine could be sent ahead, no Iron Warrior risked his own armor. The Imperial fists died as they had lived, holding ground. The Shatter killed them as it fought every siege, refusing to mistake fairness for efficiency. Lord General Helion Rourke survived long enough to receive the order to surrender. He stood inside the ruined strategium with fewer than 100 officers and guardsmen. The system hololith had failed. Smoke filled the chamber. The doors beyond were sealed by Iron Warriors. Confessor Hal lay near the command dais with half his head removed. Rourke held his pistol against his own temple. Drados's voice sounded through the vox. The terms previously stated remain in force. Rourke looked at the men around him. Some were wounded beyond movement. Others still held weapons with empty charge packs. They had endured long enough to witness every wall fail. "Will you honor them?" Rourke asked. "Yes." The honesty made the offer worse. Rourke lowered the pistol, not from hope, from exhaustion. He ordered the surviving fortress command to lay down arms. Across the adamant sepulchre, millions followed. Weapons struck floors. Blast doors opened. Men emerged from bunkers, galleries and transit vaults with hands raised. Some collapsed before reaching the designated surrender zones. Others wept when the Iron Warriors did not kill them immediately. Drados kept his promise. Engineers, armorers, gunners, voidsmen and logisticians were marked for enslavement. Men of physical strength were assigned to labor cohorts. The injured were examined for viable organs, nervous tissue and biological material. Those judged unsuitable for use were marched toward the execution trenches. The trenches filled before the first day ended. Heavy bolters fired in regulated bursts. Men fell in rows. New prisoners climbed over the dead and stood upon layers of bodies already deep enough to reach their knees. Blood flooded the excavations. It rose around boots. It entered drainage channels. It pooled against retaining walls until industrial pumps were brought forward. The pumps moved blood toward rendering vats and furnace stations. Execution continued. There was no celebration among the Shatter only sorting, classification, processing. Valgard had become captured material. Graysix completed the binding beneath the mountain. The warp entity had spread through the fortress noosphere until its presence occupied every surviving weapon and reactor. It spoke through defense servitors. It pressed faces into the armor of command consoles. It opened wounds in the air through which claws and teeth reached blindly into reality. Graysix drove the preserved demon core of the Devourer into the center of the network. The two entities struck one another inside the machine spirit. Every lumen in the fortress turned white. Lethor Sen experienced the collision through the compliance engine in his skull. He felt the Devourer's prisoners die again. He felt the fortress remember billions of deaths. He felt Graysix wrap true names around the entity and pull them tight through voltage, pressure, and corrupted code. The warpsmith burned out entire data sanctums to isolate it. He collapsed cooling systems. He forced the demon into the defense grid by destroying every other route through which it might escape. At last, the fortress obeyed. For several minutes, Valgard became a weapon in Shatter hands. Defense lasers rotated toward the sky. They fired into the surviving orbital stations. The first beam cut a star fort in half. Thousands died as atmosphere erupted from ruptured decks. The second struck an Imperial vessel attempting to flee the system and burn through its reactor. The ship broke apart above the planet. Missile silos opened. Warheads rose through smoke and descended upon population centers that had escaped the first months of battle. Cities vanished beneath atomic light. Shelters became ovens. Entire districts collapsed into glass-lined craters. The guns built to preserve Valgard completed its destruction. Drados transmitted from the captured command network. His message entered every surviving Vox station, astropathic relay and civilian receiver. There was no boast in his voice. He recited casualty figures. He displayed structural diagrams. He transmitted recordings of Aegis Tertius collapsing, Gate 19 burning, the 9 breaches opening, and the final Imperial fists dying within the sepulchre. Then he transmitted coordinates, fortress worlds, fleet depots, astropathic relays, every bastion identified within Valgard's archives. This system failed according to predictable stresses, Drados said. Its doctrine has been measured. Its weaknesses have been archived. Structures sharing those doctrines will receive correction. The broadcast ended. Far below, Ven reached the final control. The Foundation chamber shook around him. Demonic limbs twitched among the charges. 2 of his remaining warriors were dead. The third stood against the approach corridor, firing into the last Imperial resistance moving below. Ven placed his hand upon the detonator. "Foundation array prepared," he transmitted. "Activate," Drados answered. No extraction order followed. Ven had expected none. He depressed the control. Seismic charges detonated beneath the adamant sepulchre. Reactor cores overloaded in timed sequence. Buried warheads ignited beneath the damaged piers. Orbital vessels fired upon coordinates marked months earlier by slave reconnaissance, artillery probes, and the deaths of entire assault cohorts. The mountain failed. The adamant sepulchre sank. Its gun decks tilted into the earth. Armoured gates split down the centre. Towers descended into molten fractures, while millions of tons of stone collapsed through the vaults below. Entire fortress districts slid from the mountainside. Men, machines, and buildings vanished together. Ven stood within the Foundation chamber as the ceiling came down. He did not pray. The assigned structure was breaking. That was sufficient. The collapse consumed him. Above, the atmosphere filled with ash and vaporized stone. Lightning moved through clouds of pulverized ferrocrete. Fire rose from fissures broad enough to swallow cities. The Shatter withdrew before the crust failed completely. They took the Bastion archives, selected slaves, captured armor, repaired guns, Grey-Six's bound demon core. Everything of use was loaded aboard transports and furnace ships. Damaged vehicles were abandoned only after their ammunition and machine components had been stripped. Prisoners unable to maintain the embarkation pace were shot and fed into mobile rendering engines. No garrison remained behind. No throne was raised. The Shatter had no interest in ruling Valgard. Ruins required no governors. Across the surrounding subsectors, the consequences began before the last traitor vessel departed. Astropathic relays fell silent. Convoys arrived at coordinates where no command authority remained to receive them. Ammunition shipments were redirected. delayed or seized by frightened worlds. Commanders abandoned exposed planets and withdrew troops into fortresses they believed would be attacked next. Fleet groups consumed fuel racing toward false threats. Worlds already under siege received no reinforcements because those reinforcements had been recalled to protect bastions hundreds of light years away. The Imperium weakened itself. One defensive keystone had been removed. The structures dependent upon it began failing without the Shatter core firing another shot. Aboard the unbroken calculation, Valgard turned beneath a storm of fire. Its mountain had become a crater. Continents split along glowing fault lines. Orbital wreckage entered the atmosphere in burning trails. Gracix stood beside Drados in the command chamber. The warpsmith's armor carried new scars. The bound core moved somewhere within the vessel's lower vaults, chained, wounded, and still screaming. "Was Valgard our greatest victory?" Gracix asked. Drados studied the captured map. Warning signals were already spreading between the marked systems. Fortress governors demanded reinforcements. Navy commanders changed patrol routes. One bastion had begun transmitting its readiness proclamations across every available channel. The warsmith selected it. A red mark appeared above the next world. Behind him, Valgard broke apart. "Victory is a word for those who seek an ending," Drados said. This was proof. The Shatter core turned toward the warning.